important to the community, or just to help with the continuing to build the foundation for this community, that you all have an opportunity to share those and talk about those as well too. So that's a little bit about, I'm not sure where I'm supposed to point. Well, maybe turning it on would be a great idea. I spilled coffee on myself this morning, so I'm all just discombobulated. So we're going to go around, and I'll ask you just to introduce yourselves. One of the changes since last time we were together is you have a new commissioner, a new member. She's a familiar face to us because she was part of the Vision 2035 steering committee. And so if you have questions about what the steering committee did, she's going to be your expert, I think, right? But we're going to go around and do quick introductions, and then we'll really talk a little bit about the Vision 2035 process and the vision and the focus areas that came from that process, and then really dig into identifying what those key action items or key priority initiatives that are important for the commission. You all will have an opportunity to really articulate those today. And then one of the other things that we know is really important in a process like this is defining success. So once you've identified those things that you want to see progress on, how are you going to define success? How are you going to know that the work that's being done to implement those initiatives is really having the impact that you expect them to have? We'll talk a little bit about defining success. And then we'll wrap up. I know we have a very hard stop this afternoon, so we will make sure that we get out on time. When it comes to how we want to operate in today's environment, a couple of important key norms. We always ask that you listen to each other with respect, and what that means is really one person talking at a time. We ask for no side conversations, just so that you can hear each other and that your neighbors can hear each other as well too. We will always be on the lookout for those opportunities to create consensus and agreement. Yes?
Can you just slide those two boards?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Or out. Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We hope that you also focus on the future. This is really as part of a priority setting exercise. It really is intended to look to the future. Obviously, the future is always going to be informed by the past, but this is really intended to be a future-forward kind of conversation. And then we always hope that you assume positive intent. That really means looking for the good in the conversations that you have today. A couple of other important norms, because, as the mayor said, this is live streaming and being recorded, we do ask that when you speak that you use the mic so that it can be picked up effectively. Also related to that, know that those side conversations sometimes can easily get picked up by the mic, so be careful about any hot mics. And most importantly, too, we will keep you well fed and hydrated during the day. So as hopefully you all had a chance to partake, there are breakfast goods out there. There will be lunch that will magically find its way into the other room later. And so we will take breaks for lunch. We'll also take a break in the middle of the morning so you get a chance to stretch your legs and adjust your fluid levels and all those important things. Plus check emails too. So we ask that for the time that we are engaging in this conversation that you stay attentive and present. I know all those emails and requests will keep coming in. Unfortunately, they never stop, but we ask that you really engage. This is a unique opportunity to be part of this conversation today. We hope you get a chance to take advantage of it. Any other norms that anyone would want to add to the list today? Y'all willing to agree by and play by those rules for at least for the next few hours? Perfect. All right, so what I want to do now is invite you to introduce yourself. We'll go around and hopefully you all have had a chance to take a look at what came from the Vision 2035 framework. And as you introduce yourself, For the staff, I'll ask you to state your name and your department so that we know who's in the room. And then I want you to share just one thing. This is the hard thing. Just one thing, one element or something that you read in the vision or any of the 2035 framework that really excites you. I always give the mayor the opportunity of going first or last. Okay. That means he volunteered you, Tom.
Last. Well, I'm looking for the good ideas in the room. Then
exactly.
they become my
ditto.
ideas. So
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. He volunteered you, Tom, to go first. You didn't realize that. So name for staff, what department you're with, and then one thing that excites you about that vision.
Hi, Tom Markert, City Commissioner, Deputy Vice Mayor. That came with a huge pay raise. Thank you, boss.
No problem.
That was great. As most of you know, I come out of the corporate world, and one of the things that always excited me about this time of year is getting prepped for public board meetings and being able to articulate what the 5-year plan is for the company, or in this case for the city. And that's what we're doing here, and there really is nothing more important for the health of our city, and our city is doing beautifully right now. And I think we are the safeguarders for the future, and I think this meeting is going to get us a long way to making sure our kids and our grandkids can continue to enjoy Delray as much as we are.
Thank you. Good morning. Julie Cassell, City Commissioner. I'm specifically excited today to set the course for some of these objectives that were laid out at the Vision 2035. And when you go through the list, economic development, education, environment, historic preservation, and strategic development, I think that these are the things that I find important. So I'm excited to know that we're on the right track, and looking forward to laying out a plan to be achieving some of these focus areas. Thank you.
Good morning. That was loud. I'll stay back here. Lynn Jellin, I'm the city attorney. What excites me about the visioning is just the overall community involvement and engagement. I love that our residents are so passionate about our community and just want to make it better. And I think that says a lot about who we represent and who we assist in our everyday jobs.
Jeff Forrest, Assistant City Manager. What's got me interested is that the community is interested in economic development as we're going into a new phase of economic development. So to know that we'll have some backing from the community is very exciting as we move forward.
Patrice Harris, Deputy City Clerk, and what was exciting to me was to see the community feedback and how it was encouraged. So I'm just excited to hear about the future ahead.
Good morning, Janai Bowens, Education and External Opportunities Manager. I'm very excited to hear directly from the residents about what they feel is high quality education here in Delray Beach. So I'm ready to move the work forward.
Is this on? Yeah. Good morning, Misty Barletto, Public Works Director. The thing out of the visioning that was the most exciting for me is the focus on environment, with the priorities of the beach and green spaces, and attention to resilience due to climate change, which I think that the community and the staff at the City of Delray Beach is very much in alignment with. So I'm excited about moving forward with those programs.
Anthea Geniotis, Development Services Director, and I think generally what's exciting about visioning and then this process today is that we have so many needs and so many things to focus on. The community gave us what's important to them, and then today is a great opportunity for the elected officials to prioritize what we spend our time on in the next year.
Well, good morning. Ron Martin, Fire Chief, City of Delray Beach, one of the two public safety entities here in the City of Delray Beach. What excites me is the opportunity that was offered to our residents to engage and to tell us what's important. There's several things in here that make me excited. Economic development, focus on education because that builds our future leaders, as well as historic preservation because I'm a history nut myself. But particularly for me is the strategic development, because while there isn't a specific pillar called out for public safety, that's where public safety fits in, because when we talk about these things, public safety is that invisible glue that holds it all together. So.
Good morning, Hassan Hachimiri, Utilities Department. My excitement is being at the different work environment. I see the community's involvement and in decision making, and especially in utilities, they have made our department much better by bringing their issues and concerns, especially regarding water. I know this wasn't discussed in your previous meeting, but for the past few years, that has been my most excitement and real rewarding that we have community involved.
Good morning, everyone. Renee Jadising, Executive Director, Delray Beach CRA. What stood out to me was the highlight on vibrant neighborhoods. So as you know, in the CRA, we have different sub-areas and districts that have different needs. So it's nice to see that that's brought to the forefront, because there is so much history and needs and vibrancy in each particular neighborhood that it's nice to see that that's brought up to the forefront. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Laura Simon. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm with the Downtown Development Authority, and it's great to be at the table, setting again laying more bricks for the foundation. I think that what is beautiful to see within the strategic visioning was the economic development, all of the key areas, which are super important, especially within the downtown. But really focusing on the surrounding districts too, as our native and a resident here in our community, seeing that, again, focus on the neighborhoods, the legacy trees, the canopy, and protecting the arts are probably very focused on ours. And as we move into the future, that the strength in the economic development investment that is here and growing is really a key entity that we need to focus on as well.
Thanks. Morning. Stephanie Emmelman, I'm CEO of the Delray Beach Chamber of Commerce. I was really excited to see that the very first priority initiative was economic development, and I was especially happy to see that one of the strategic goals was supporting the small businesses and the entrepreneurs, because they're the backbone of our community.
Good morning. Henry Dakowitz, Chief Financial Officer. I'm excited about trying to make sure we have enough money to do all these wonderful things. And I hope all that business development comes in to pay for it.
Job security, right? It's job security. You have to help fund all of it.
Except for this afternoon, there is no free lunch, so we have to focus on that. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Sam Mita, Parks and Recreation Director, particularly interested in the area of maintaining, protecting, and expanding the open spaces in the environment.
Hi. Woo. That was too much. Hi, Gina Carter, Director of Communications, and I'm particularly excited to learn about what our residents value and how they want to learn about those things.
Jay Stacy, IT Director. Technology normally never really comes up in these meetings, which is usually a good thing, because if City Commission is focusing on technology, maybe there's a big problem in technology. But what's great about these kind of meetings is I get to hear major initiatives that are upcoming, and it may surprise you to know that just about every project does have a technology component. So when I hear these things that are being discussed, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about how we play a role, and we're happy to do so.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jerry Pryor. I'm the Director of Neighborhoods and Community Services. I just want to thank everybody for being here and putting this together for us. The thing that drives me and my department is every item in this initiative, my department touches, because we're front-facing and we're forward in the neighborhoods. And to be able to engage the community and allow them this venue to be heard, and then to have a part in the process to help build better Delray Beach. So that's why I'm here, and I'm excited about all of it.
Chris Chittister, Sustainability Officer. Thank you. I'm most interested to hear about the strategic development ideas. I think sustainability has a lot that can be offered here, so I'm interested to see what everybody else thinks.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Police Chief Darrell Hunter, and just excited about all the key components of areas of focus, economic development, education, environment, historic preservation, and strategic development. As public safety, it is my job to make sure that we ensure safety for this entire city. And one of the things that I say throughout my travels and various different conferences that I'm able to go to is that Delray Beach, we're here. You know, we're not that sleepy town. You know, we are the destination, you know, and it's a place where I want, you know, people to come visit, have a great time, but also our residents and visitors would like to know that they will be in one of the safest communities, you know, in this entire United States. So it's always exciting for me to hear what our residents have to say because, again, at the end of the day, that's my job, is to listen to what they want. You know, we're not omnipresent, but to be able to address the needs that they have and that they want to see fulfilled. And, you know, I'm just excited to be here and just to go through this process and continue to just help serve this city to be the great city that we are.
Dwayne DeAndre, Human Resources Director, and I'm excited to hear how we measure success in each of these key focus areas that were developed here.
Good morning, Elena Georgiev, Internal Auditor. I'm excited about the strategic development because without a clear strategy, we continue to waste talent and effort.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Terrence Moore, Office of the City Manager. First, to support and echo some of the comments offered by Deputy Vice Mayor Tom Markert relative to annual goal setting session and the merits thereof, to enable the Board of Directors to align with staff and administration relative to specific priorities. What's particularly important or special about this year's exercise is that it does connect with the opportunities having been communicated by residents and stakeholders via the 2035 or the Vision 2035 process. So this all fosters what I consistently advocate, and that is a team-oriented approach to leadership and guidance for resident stakeholders, Mayor and City Commission, department directors consisting of the executive leadership team to all be in alignment in terms of the path forward. Thank you.
Hi, Judy Malika, City Commission. I'm excited that we are going to implement the thing that we all created. While we were doing this process, a lot of problems came up, you know, in the ideas, but no solutions, because that was not the goal of this. So we get to create the solutions and the path forward to attaining this. And Dwayne just said something that I love, and that is about measuring. And you mentioned measuring success. If you can measure anything, you can manage it. So I hope that's built into the process, and I know it will be. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Angela Burns, a Vice Mayor. What excites me is the level of community input and the diversity of that input, and the key areas that were identified, I hope also identify with what the Commission wants as well, because I know that the top two, economic development and education, are certainly top on my list. And what really makes this day great is that they already did the brainstorming for us, so we don't have to. We're going to get out early because we don't have to brainstorm. We get right to work and go ahead and set those goals. So I like that part of it.
Tom Carney, Mayor. I really appreciate everyone's comments here because I do listen, and I think we all learn from each other really well because it was a great exercise having the community get together. I think equally important is going to also be something that the Vice Mayor just touched on, the community gave us, what they would like to see important, but we as a commission and as a body need to understand that, what we find important too. So I'm hoping that there's going to also be some interaction between, what we would like to see happen with our own city as the people in governance, and those include department heads, those include the commission, those include the city manager's office. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion. There's the 5 categories that we have are so broad. I mean, as Ms. Pryor said, in her department touches on all 5, but I think all the departments touch on all 5 in one way or another. So I'm looking forward to getting started, and away we go.
Thank you all for sharing that. It is really helpful to hear your thoughts about what the community has already shared. The whole intent of that Vision 2035 process was to hear from the community about what's important, and that's what you have in front of you. And as the mayor said, the areas are broad, and now I may think the community did a great job brainstorming. You all do have the hard task now of identifying those solutions. So what do you actually want to see happen? That's really the role of the commission today. Staff's here to support you, to hear your ideas, to give you input when you ask for it. But this is really your opportunity as the commission to identify, what do you want to do with the Vision 2035? What do you want to see happen? Very specifically, take those broad ideas and turn them into the solutions that you know are going to be most effective in this community. The steering committee and the community that was engaged in the process, they gave you lots of great ideas. I think you do have the hard task now of sorting through those and really identifying which ones are the ones that you want to see prioritized and have action on. Because there are limited resources. There's limited time. So how do you focus? And so part of what we'll do today is really set those priorities. What are those things that you think are going to be the most impactful and the most important ones to see come to fruition and really focus on? So briefly, I want to do just a quick recap of how we got to where we are, or how we got to what you all have in front of you in terms of the Vision 2035 process. Most of you already know this, so I'm not going to I will go through this relatively quickly. But we had a steering committee, obviously, that was appointed by the commission. That committee met several times to really talk about what was important in the community, what they felt were the key items that needed to come back to the commission. They really did develop those crucial components of the vision and those key focus areas. And then in January, we opened it up to a larger group of community members to really take that draft that the steering committee had developed and continue to refine it. And also to add some ideas around those strategies and initiatives. So take those big bucket key focus areas, things like strategic development, things like, I'm trying to think the other ones in there, education and environment, and begin to talk about what success looks like in those areas. They defined them with those directional statements that you see, as well as coming up with some ideas for what those actions might look like in each of those areas. Now it's back to you to take a look at those actions and really decide which ones should be advanced. We had a really great, robust conversation in each of the times that we engaged with the community. You see here on the screen, our visual facilitator was there and was feverishly capturing all of the ideas that people had about what makes this such a unique community and such a special place, what people wanted to preserve. We had a lot of very robust conversation around Village by the Sea and what that really means to everyone and what people would hope to see in the future as this community continues to grow and change and develop, and still keep the character that's important to the people who call this home. And this is the vision statement, and I'm going to ask one of the commissioners to read this vision statement to the group. Do I have a volunteer? Yeah.
Commissioner, our newest commissioner, Commissioner Malika.
Delray Beach, the village by the sea, a thriving community with a charming downtown and vibrant neighborhoods that celebrate heritage, values sustainability, and creates an inviting quality of life.
When you as commissioners hear that, when you read that, what comes to mind?
I would say we're building from a good point to go to the next level, so we're not in a turnaround situation. We're in a pretty nice spot right now, a pretty enviable spot based on what our neighbors are saying about us all the time, and I think this is a really fun challenge to get us to the next level because we're performing pretty well right now.
Others, what comes to mind when you read that?
When I see the vision statement, and I'm particularly when we had the vision statement, and I think it's in everybody's packet, talks about the key focus areas. And if you actually read in each one of the categories how each one of those breakout groups defined economic development, or defined what they wanted in environment, or defined what they wanted in education, it is to essentially create. It's not just the vibrant neighborhoods and the charming downtown, but also it creates a quality of life for the city. And what draws people here, frankly, is the quality of life. We are different. We've been lucky, but we are different. And I think it's largely because of the continuing citizen engagement and the engagement from the commission with the community to try to always develop, what will be, what's the next step? What do we? And the whole purpose of the 2035 was what do we want our city to look like in 2035? Mm-hmm. To follow. So as long as it keeps in line with the vision statement, which is, I think, what we want.
Mm-hmm. Anything else resonate with members of the commission when you read this vision? How about staff? Anything jump to mind? Anything jump out? Chief.
Yes, the inviting quality of life. That's always something that's big with us, and to make sure that our community, we have the best of that. And also, friends and visitors alike in all the key areas that we're talking about, economic development. I mean, people want to go places where it's safe. People want to go places, that they don't have to worry about, looking over their shoulders. So, as our police department, our job is to create that environment and that quality of life for all of our residents and friends and visitors alike.
Yeah. Mr. Moore.
Thank you. So given that many of us had an opportunity to participate in the Vision 2035 exercise, Saturday, January 24th, as well as November and December, engaging, the overall observation supports the notion that people are appreciative of what the city of Delray Beach is about, the trajectory for which we currently are on. Nevertheless, there's a set of expectations, many of which are quite frankly great. And much of those expectations are the result of good work having been achieved thus far. In other words, when good work is achieved, greater the expectations. And that element definitely does exist in this regard. So much work needs to be accomplished, and again, striking a balance with respect to resource allocation as well as what can be realistically achieved as a result.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've set a good foundation, and so the expectations keep growing on top of that. We certainly heard that from the community. They're talking about how to keep leveling up, making this continuously a great place to live and to visit, certainly too. We heard a lot about the folks who live here, but also people that visit here.
And to try to integrate all these things, all these 5 categories, which, as well as they complement each other, but they also conflict with each other.
They do.
Because you can say, well, we want economic development, but we want to, preserve green space, or we want to build communities which are safe, but then we want to be able to increase this or do this, create new entertainment districts. All these things they conflict with each other, but yet our job is going to be to find a way to make sure that they complement each other.
Mm-hmm. That's
so
right.
These are all lofty goals.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so that kind of leads us right into those 5 key focus areas. So the community said, in order for that vision to become a reality, to have that inviting quality of life, that there are 5 key areas that the community needs to pay attention to. And those are economic development, historic preservation, thoughtful development, environment, and education. And one of the things that's also important to note is they didn't prioritize these. Importantly, because all of them are important in different ways. To the mayor's point, there's parts of these things that may conflict with each other or that may cause some conflict. And so creating the right balance is important. I think we listed them in your agenda in alphabetical order so as to not create any prioritization around them. We don't number them because the community said all of these things are important. Creating an inviting quality of life requires a balance of all 5 of these elements here in Delray Beach. And so in your agenda and in your handouts that you have in front of you are each of these 5 focus areas. Included with them are the statements that were created for each of those focus areas. We call those the directional statements, or in other words, they're kind of like mini vision statements for each of those areas, because we asked the community that participated to help describe when they say something like historic preservation, what's meant by that? That could mean different things in different communities, but what does that mean here in Delray? Same for economic development and education, environment, and thoughtful development. And so what you have in your handouts are the key focus areas as well as those definitions. And I'm going to ask you now, as we begin to really dive into each of those areas, we're going to take all 5 one at a time, and we're going to engage in some conversation about what's in that directional statement. Attached to your agenda was the full report from the steering committee. And the steering committee and the community that engaged in the process also, as I mentioned, gave you some ideas, some potential initiatives for consideration. Those 2, I would say, are relatively broad. So it's going to take some specific conversation on the part of the commission now to really talk about each of those and identify the actions that you want to see. So, as an example, if you look at economic development, I'll take a really easy topic first. They identified some strategic goals, but they're very broad. The goals are advocate for economic development support. That can look like a lot of different things. And so now it's up to the commission to decide, is that an important goal that you want to see achieved? And what are some of the actions that you would want to see in each of those areas? So, and they also gave some ideas about what might be missing. So just as the mayor said, some of these focus areas may conflict with each other. We certainly had some members of the committee and the members of the public who participated who had different ideas and perhaps had conflicting ideas. And so we asked them in the community meeting that we had in January to share those. Everyone that participated had an opportunity to provide input into each of those focus areas. And some of them said, you know, I really think that safety, for example, isn't particularly called out in this area. I think it should be named. Or workforce housing, perhaps, again, thinking about economic development. There were some areas that members of the community said, I don't see that written anywhere in what we've said so far. And those are things that we think the commission needs to pay attention to in this community. So We're going to walk through each of these, and this is really the Commission's opportunity to engage in conversation about each of these areas using the framework of what the community provided as a backdrop to identify what are those key priority initiatives that you want to see in each of those areas. And we're going to take notes. You'll see them on the screen as we go through. And I think, do we have the first one? Yeah, and so the first one on our list, you can go ahead, I'll let you advance. The first one on our list is economic. Yeah, we took the easy one first, right? They're all challenging in their own way because there's a lot to unpack in each of these. So the first area is economic development. Can you go back to the directional statement real quick? There we go. So will someone read this? Please, one of the commissioners. This is the definition or the directional statement that the community came up with, kind of the mini vision, if you will, for what they meant by economic development.
Sure. Delray Beach will attract new primary jobs, unique local businesses, entrepreneurs, and commercial and industrial development to our community that will enhance and preserve our small town character. Our strategy will include investing in infrastructure such as roads, public transit, and sensible educational facilities, preserving land that is zoned appropriately for commercial and light industrial development, promoting the arts, and creating incentives to strengthen existing and new businesses.
Thoughts about that statement? Easy, right?
I think is a key, and we are, the commission has authorized the city manager, and the city manager is in the process of expanding the economic development. There's a couple of contracts out there with some specialists to try to look at what we have in this city that will attract some business and what businesses we should focus on, including, bringing in new business that will create jobs, which is a big factor. My concern is always we can attract new business, but we really have to be very careful that we don't put too many obstacles in the way for them to actually establish themselves here, because we have lots of different land issues, we have regulatory issues, we have population issues that we really need to focus on. How do we make it easy to do business with City Hall? How do we make it easy for these businesses to open up? And what kind of support we can give them to, in fact, open a business here, and to attract them and to open their business here. That's just kind of like the core statement of what is economic development. So, but we're all, again, there are so many different facets to the question that there is not one just, we all want economic development. Because if you don't have economic development, you stagnate. So, right. But how do you manage it in such a way? How do you attract the right businesses? How do we make them want to come here? How do we help them when they come here? And how, what is it going to add to the overall quality of life to the city?
So just if you're following along, I wanted to make sure we had a copy of the book that's in front of you. If you go to page 3, that's where economic development is listed along with the goals that the community identified as potentials for your consideration. You'll see those 3 goals underneath the definition of economic development. Advocate for economic development support, promote the arts, and promote small businesses and entrepreneurship. So I think, Mr. Moore, did you have a comment?
Sure. To more or less align with what Mayor Carney just discussed, economic development, and this is widely recognized by professionals in the field, economic development, or the definition of economic development, varies from municipality to municipality, from city to city, from community to community. And given the most recent direction with the execution of contracts for external services to help us, A, plan for what that looks like for the city of Delray Beach, and B, to specifically or strategically target interested companies, entities to come to Delray Beach, Florida from wherever they might be, is a great opportunity to achieve in that regard. Direction to that effect was just offered last month. So The April 7th City Commission workshop meeting provided a great opportunity and insight to get to that place. So that's a critical path forward to helping us realize our goals and objectives as they relate to economic development, but most importantly, to truly define what specifically economic development means for the city of Delray Beach, Florida.
Hi. So to lean into what the mayor was leaning into as well, as far as new businesses come in, but what I really like in here and what we focus on is the retention effort and focusing on existing, because it's really important for us. We have some very strong existing businesses within the downtown that is really important to keep them here, and they're 15 to 20 to even 100 years old, and how are we going to keep them here? So making sure that what we're preparing for and what the city's working for, we can implement programs, implement incentives to whether they're at a point right now with all the new coming in to then redo their spaces to then become that level. If there was a new building or a new business that came into next to a 40-year-old business, now what are they going to do and how are they going to keep up with that? So it's really important for us to continue that retention is much more important than and somewhat less costly than attraction. So it's easier to maybe bring somebody in here, but we want to keep them here more than just 5 years.
Any other general comments about economic development before?
Yes.
Before I ask the commission to give their direction about what activities they want to see occur?
I just had a few notes and echo some of what you've already said. It's important not to overregulate the small businesses, and the commission is really good at keeping small businesses in mind. Anytime anything comes up in front of you, you always state that, and that's very much appreciated from the business community. You've recently streamlined the permitting and other processes. We just need to make it known that that's been done and that we have a reputation for being easy to do business with. The downtown's very lucky to have the DDA and Laura really promoting their businesses, but I don't want us to forget the businesses that are west of 95 in Congress and Military. They generate a lot of tax revenue, so I'd love to give them a little bit more attention. I'm excited about the targeting the high-value businesses that the partners are working on together, so that leaves me with saying that to accomplish any of these economic development goals, it's got to be a coordinated effort among the partners, the city, the CRA, the DDA, and the chamber. So we work together almost on a daily basis as it is, but we need a plan, a coordinated plan to work together on this.
I'll jump in for a second. I echo everything Stephanie just said. I'm really interested in that part of our city that's west of 95 as well. I think that's an area where we have some room. There is room for some growth, and I don't know, Mr. Moore, how we do it, but I feel like we should be targeting certain industries that would fit out there really nicely. And the ones that come to mind for me are private equity. There's a lot of AI startups right now. There's a lot of money with those startups right now, and they just require space right now, not a lot of warehousing or things that we're not going to be good at. And there are also a lot of municipalities that are targeting businesses in New York right now who are dying to get out of New York and move to new locations. And I don't know what it takes to do the hunting, going to conferences, going to conventions. I'm not sure what the staffing model would be to be able to accomplish that. But I think we should be thinking about that because I know other municipalities are. We don't have, and I'll shut up. We don't have room in our city for data farms and some other things that are cropping up around the United States that are a little bit popular right now. I guess that's going on out west. We don't have room for that. But there are critical businesses, as I mentioned, like private equity and AI and some others that we should be targeting and getting those people and those businesses to our community because they'll add to the tax base.
Did you have a comment, Julie?
I did. Every time we talk about economic development, we talk about how much broader it is. We need better schools. We need housing. We have so many needs that if we can't fulfill those needs, the economic development doesn't necessarily happen. Now, but you look at Sunday Village, you know, they're going to be full. They had no problem. We don't have a hard time getting people to want to come here. But I do think we can't be thinking upper level. We have to think about how do they accommodate their employees to make it possible to be here. And I would argue, if we're talking about economic development, I think this commission should consider a supermajority vote to change land use in our city, because our land use is truly our most valuable asset. And right now, our commercial land use, I think, is less than 9% of our overall land use. Right? Is it in the last comprehensive plan? It was about 9%. It could be bigger now, could be a little smaller, but it's still a small number in the overall.
Sorry, thank you.
Are we preempted now by the state statute?
I think that's, I was looking at Attorney Jell, and I know that
The state statute, which you cannot.
So we can't. And there was one that was moving through that
just
took out the supermajority.
The problem
option.
is we're losing all of our commercial,
So,
or
well-
not all of it, but there's a move, all of Federal Highway, at one point or another, will look to be upscale condominiums.
So perhaps we have a lot of land use that is mixed use, meaning it can go either, and not just in downtown. So one of the things that perhaps would be useful is to get real data for you about what each type of land use is returning in tax base,
right,
to help make decisions about changes moving forward. And that's something that my budget would accommodate this year. That
I
was
think we should do
looking
that.
at. Not a specific area, just the city, the entire city.
Right.
And then, I mean, you're a numbers guy, so, and then just give you that data and information in terms of what your city returns based on your land use decisions.
One of the issues we have is that when you look at Delray Beach, it's really the needs of downtown are different than the needs of South Federal, the difference of North Federal, the difference of West Atlantic, the difference of west of I-95, and then you do the Congress Avenue corridor, and then out Germantown Road to Military. These are all separate. They have all distinct qualities, and they have distinct needs, and we need to be flexible enough to have our system accommodate what each neighborhood is becoming. Because I mean, we may say, well, we think this is a perfect spot for industrial, but maybe the market says, well, you know, it really should be this. Okay, and which are not irrelevant, and we tend to look back on plans that were done a long time ago and say, well, this is what it is. But the markets, the economy, and everything else has changed. Right. We're going to have to think about, you know, in some of the areas, certainly in the city, to actually incentivize. We have not really used our ability to incentivize people to come. And, you know, the CRA can do it in their district, but we should be able to do it throughout the town to incentivize certain businesses to come. And I think that will help certainly in economic development. That will certainly help invite people to come if they think that you're going to give them some incentivization, because other communities are doing it, and they're taking people that might come here because they're getting an incentive. But we have to make sure that we understand each neighborhood is kind of different. I mean, and so far, I mean, look, we have a code that's built in to make, you know, to be flexible, but we're going to need to understand that some of these ideas that we have for what this should look like, you know, maybe the market's saying, well, it can't look that way.
If I may, though, that could be very true, but things also change over time, and that I agree with you, which is why I've been asking for a study of Federal Highway for years, that when we look at Federal Highway, we're referencing a plan from 1996, and it's no longer applicable. But I do think the one thing that we should say today and make to Mr. Moore is that we need more money in Anthea's budget to be doing these kind of studies because we're such a small area and because we're really at build out. Every decision that is being made is so critical, but we shouldn't be making them without something behind it to support these decisions. They can't just be, oh, I like these condos. You know, we have to be making decisions based on data and information.
So I would put out to you that I think one of the things Stephanie touched on is really important, which is the corridors that are not in downtown.
Right.
And then as we've arrived, I mean, I was a consultant for you back in 2005, and we were still trying to get the cars behind the buildings downtown instead of tearing buildings down to make parking lots. I mean, we've got that solved. We're booming in parts of the city.
Right.
But I think as we've arrived, the demand for residential is super strong.
Right.
And how much, you know, if your commercial corridors are vying for high density residential versus your commercial tax base, which is the challenge, and it was the challenge we identified in the comp plan.
Well, you need the residential to support the commercial as well.
And it's all interrelated, exactly.
And
so
is having
but I would
tax-paying entities on structures on a piece of land better than a vacant piece of land. Because the market, it's very hard to predict. I mean,
right.
So the other thing we know that in terms of flexibility, while downtown is mixed use and all of that, MROC is still extremely limited. We did have that plan with CBRE where a lot of the businesses there that fix your cars and things like that are not technically conforming anymore.
Right.
So the Congress corridor, I think, is really important. And we have aging strip malls that have lived their life. And how are we going to provide an incentive to have the redevelopment that inevitably comes in on those larger parcels be whatever you want them to be?
Right. And you and I have talked about this. It should always be a mix. If you're going to allow the residential and the commercial area, it should always have some commercial component in it.
I think that we should be cognizant of Tallahassee's appetite to take Homestead ad valorem away. I mean, it could be that our cities are left with only our commercial properties in terms of income for the tax base. So we need to protect our commercial through zoning, I think.
So let me turn it back to the commission now and ask you, given some of this conversation and what you see before you, what are the key priorities for this commission? You've had this conversation around potentially needing more data and information to make better informed decisions. What does that look like for you all? What's the interest of the commission today in terms of action that you'd like to see the staff take?
I would say I would like the staff to allocate, and that's budget allocation, to Ms. Chinotis's department to do some of these studies. We already have some of the studies done, but additional studies, and I think her offer to provide us that data is helpful. I don't know what it's going to take to get that.
Is there questions about that?
Well, we need to know trend. I mean, part of the things the studies are going to show us are trends. I mean, we need to understand, regardless of what we would like our city to look like, what the market and these trends are going to make our city look like. And we need to be able to balance that with.
Isn't the economic development study that we've already commissioned going to give us that? Right. So now we're going to get the trends and what we should be looking for, and then we're going to have the data on how we're currently operating. The two together should provide us some really good information.
I mean, the whole concept of having office buildings has changed in the last 10 years. Actually 5 years.
5 years, yeah, 5 or 6 years, yeah.
You know, we can say, well, we think there's, Congress should all be offices. Well, that's great, but maybe they're saying, well,
we don't want to do offices there. We want to do, I don't care what, but that's just something. So we need to be able to be flexible enough so that we get our city, people investing in the city, in whether they want to do it residential or commercial or industrial or office. And I love the idea of trying to attract these family offices and trying to attract venture capital and trying to, because they're really low impact businesses, yet they generate tons of revenue. And it's not a factory, but it's people that are coming here and they're eating in the restaurants and sending their kids to the schools and buying the houses and wanting to stay here. So there are things we can do, and which is hopefully what the economic study that we're going to be having done to do, and then we can figure out where we want to plant these people. Is it going to be Congress Avenue? Okay, great. What are we going to do to incentivize people to go to Congress Avenue? Or what are we going to do this is what we need to address. And right now we haven't done it because we don't have the data to do it.
So what I hear is the commission needs the data about your existing land use potential as well as what the market trends are. So it's a combination of what you can do currently within your own zoning regulations as well as what the market is telling you is feasible, what you can expect. Is that a fair way to describe it?
Yeah, I mean, we recently had a situation where the commission was dealing whether or not we wanted to have a gunite factory, and so a gunite processing thing, but it was not technically within the zone, and it wasn't here, but that's where they wanted to locate, and it was kind of close to so we accommodate. So it's they're telling us what they want, and it's not. I can say no. We want you to do a grocery store. Well, maybe the market doesn't want to grow. I mean, maybe there are things we can't do sometimes.
I think it's less about the LDRs and what they say now. The LDRs adjust to follow the vision and the needs. Right. So once we know what we're trying to do, then we go through and adjust that to follow that under the limitation of Senate Bill 180.
Then you have the framework to make those decisions about what you're approving on those sites.
Looms over us all.
Yeah, because
I think Ms. Simon's trying to speak.
Right, me.
Yes.
So, just one point too is that the residents that are living here or we're building for residents here, we don't want them to leave our town to go somewhere else to get what they want or what they need. So it's important to make sure that we have that experience. So there's also it's not just for office buildings, it's building for experiences, indoor pickleball facilities, things that are the experiences are changing that the market is wanting. So making sure that that market study that is being done by the economic development study does, also list all of those other things that are out there that other communities are creating for their residents.
So this conversation is mostly about new development, perhaps redevelopment. You also had some conversation about retention. So are there actions that the commission is interested in as it relates to retention?
I'm sorry, before we move on to retention, which I think is super important, I think there's more to be said in terms of action items about attracting new. And one of them is making the process easier. Like I think that we need like an ombudsman at the city that walks the business person right through the process, because I see a bit of a clog in permitting and getting their license. I'm seeing Dunkin' Donuts taking 3 years to get through. I don't know the details. And I've seen a lot of businesses, when I was knocking on doors, people speaking to me about the difficulty in getting through the process. So I think we should have a dedicated person at the city, and there might be one, I don't know, that helps that business person through the process. Make it easy to do business in Delray Beach.
I heard someone say that there have been efforts, and I forget as we went around, someone said there's been efforts already to help streamline the process. Did I hear that correctly? Did somebody say that?
So when I became the development services director, just putting a new tenant into a new building required a $500 application, and you had to go to SPRAV and explain how the restaurant that you were allowed to have and the storefront that used to have clothes in it had to go to the board, even though it was permitted by right. So we changed that to a $50 or $100, I don't know what the fee is now, $100 administrative process that if your use is allowed by right and you've got the parking, you're not changing anything else on the building but the sign, it's administrative. The previous commissions, it took a long time to let us approve things administratively. It was a very long effort. My predecessor took a couple runs at it and was not successful. So we've made moves to do that, and then we overhauled the process again a couple years ago, which is probably due for another consideration, where now staff can administratively approve redevelopment up to 5 units or 15,000 square feet of commercial. And then we convinced you to let us manage color unless there was something we were concerned about. And we had, I'm trying to remember, Laura, it's like an all red or an all black storefront that we were like, maybe we should run that through the boards. So we've made those steps. There's certainly room for improvement. We did go to an online system finally, getting us off of paper. It started in June. It's still, we're tweaking it as our customers are using it, figuring it out. But in terms, it's extremely transparent. You get comments, this or that. I know Renee and I have talked about whether or not there's a role the CRA could play with helping some of the mom and pops that kind of don't know how to go through a system. I mean, that's a great idea. I think it's just, I can't draw it for them. So you have to be able to do your part too. I don't know. We're open to ideas. We do keep streamlining. So if there's more things that you can shift down to administrative, we're happy to do it.
Could I ask a question? Do you think there is, it would be a good idea to have an individual who could work directly with the businesses, an employee, and maybe you decide, for the varying levels, right? A restaurant coming in downtown, could he come into your department and have an individual there who would help him or her, through the process?
They have that with the project planner that gives, every comment is in writing. I think I don't know, and I'm sorry, I'm looking kind of at the mayor at Lynn because it's more like legal. I don't know that the same person that is reviewing something can advocate for it at the same, you know what I'm saying?
So I think what Commissioner Malika is trying to refer to is we've had situations where, maybe somebody can't afford to hire the proper professional. And you are right, the city can't do that type of work for somebody because we do have some boundaries, right, with our rules. But I think what Commissioner Malika is trying to refer to is maybe we have somebody in-house who shepherds it, and then we have like a list of local volunteers that can help these businesses. And I know I've spoken to Renee about it. And so, because when you have these churches, smaller businesses that come in and don't understand the process, it ends up taking an exponentially long time to shepherd them through the process. And it's not your staff's fault because you have your professional limitations. And so I think what we're trying to get to is a place where maybe we reach out to our local architects and, who want to do pro bono work and help these organizations, and maybe provide a list where, yes, we have somebody in-house that's going to liaison with that person and help people just get through the process, understanding that, there's rules in place, and the rules aren't necessarily going to change unless you get a waiver or variance. But I think, did I capture it? Mm-hmm. Perfect.
The planner plays that role if you want to provide a paraprofessional to...
Well, some cities have that I've worked with, and I'm not advocating for that. It's a little too highbrow for us. But essentially like a concierge type service is what they have, and they have the ability of, it's not really a concierge, it's more of an ombudsperson. That is, all their job is you walk through the door, I want to build a beauty parlor. Great. They say, well, this is what you're going to need. They help you walk through it. You're going to need this, that, and to really walk them through to how to get it done. Mm-hmm. And then, whether you get involved with whether it's a cost factor for a fee waiver or something, that's handled and can be handled separately. But have someone to actually walk them through the process. I think that it goes, trying to make the city hall user friendly, because there are a lot of people. It's a tough process for someone like me who had done it,
every time there's a change to figure out where all the new components are. God knows how it is for someone who has, walking in, they want to start a business here, and they haven't a clue how to get through the system. And I think that is a valuable. It helps with business development, and I know the CRA does some of that. You help some people with some of the stuff, but I'm sure some of the people you talk to are saying to you, "How do I do this?"
Commissioner wants to get in, and then Renee.
Oh, Tom, please speak into the microphone, because if you turn away from it, I can't hear you anymore.
Oh,
and your words are so valuable.
That's a blessing. Trust me, that's a blessing.
No, I just want to capture it all. And then I love the concierge idea, except I wouldn't call it concierge.
No, you can't call it. I mean, that's why I said it's too highbrow.
It sounds a little too highbrow. I'm sorry, I saw Renee's hand up.
Yeah. That's okay. So in around 2018-19, the city and the CRA were sharing the economic development position. So we were paying 50% for that role. But around that time, we had a business navigator program that the economic development staff at the time had kicked off. And basically was exactly what you're saying, because those were the same issues. So people are like, we understand the technical, we're some sort of technical a little bit, but we still are confused about what's next, where do we go, what do we do? So it was kicked off. There was marketing material. I saw some of it still lingering around City Hall and different places, but both of the staff members who were here left. And then the economic development became just a city function, not CRA. It's not something we could pay for anymore. So that was 100% now of a city position, and there was different turnover and things that have happened, but that, I guess, program essentially was pushed to the side or not really picked back up again. But it was something that was going to be an economic development.
And it should be a city program because,
Yes.
For example, I was at a little strip center at Southwest 10th Street and Congress Avenue. There's a little shopping center there the person I was speaking to owned the facility, and they have trouble getting people in there because these are some smaller spaces, and while people want to go, they don't know how to get through the process. They don't know how to start the business. And if we had a business navigator, which I love that word, ombudsperson, that would help them. But it's got to be a city initiative because, while downtown and the CRA district were covered with great talent, there's so many parts of the city which have kind of, as I say, it's fallen by the wayside, not just because there's nobody really interested in helping them. And I think if we did that, we would broaden the economic base overall of the city. And I think so that's why I think the idea of having something like that.
Mr. Moore and then Commissioner Burns.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have that capacity in place via the economic development manager position. So all of the pieces and dynamics that people just discussed with respect to that role and responsibility, the ombudsman person role, as you just put it, and someone to shepherd the process, call it a specific program or not. Nevertheless, that is where we are, and that's been aligned accordingly as we are in the recruitment process at this time. So
I do think it's a different role than your economic development officer.
Well, there's a connection in that regard, however, in terms of resource allocation such that we can get to that place. So,
well, I think the position would pay for itself if we get businesses up and running.
And
yes,
to
sir.
the mayor's point, it needs to be a person that understands the comments and everything, because in the past, just telling my team to go faster doesn't solve the problem on the other side of the table.
That's later in the program.
I know, but legitimately, what you're saying is that the applicant is not in a position to always understand what they need to do, not that staff doesn't know what they're doing. So having the person have at least some understanding of building permitting and entitlement procedures, I think is critical, because that's how you untangle it on the other side. All
right, I want to get Commissioner Burns in here.
I just wanted to kind of reiterate some things that I've heard, because I like what Renee said about the Navigator program, because I recently submitted something to my colleagues in terms of supporting small businesses and to prevent the risk of closure early. We've experienced a couple of businesses closing within the first 2 years, and I like that. Now, so we don't really have to create; we can just reactivate this type of program, which carries them further than once they get past the application process and the nuances that go along with that. Helping them to remain open after they open their doors and get past the first year. So I hope that we move forward with it. I know Mr. Moore did mention it in his newsletter, but that we really do need to have something that supports our small businesses so that we retain them. And I like that. I didn't know about the navigation program, but it sounds like exactly what I was asking for.
Can I just add? So as far as the capacity of the individual, I can actually speak from firsthand knowledge when that position was trying to get kicked off in economic development. It was not working that way. They didn't, like you said, they didn't have the knowledge base to be able to answer the question. So the past director of the CRA here was kind of educating and having to bring up to speed that person of what's happening because they knew economic development. They just didn't know development type things. So we were kind of explaining the process from beginning to end. So I don't think that an economic development, strictly economic development person is going to be able to fulfill that role.
Jeff had a comment.
And it is a matter of the person that's in the role. We were trying to kick that program back up. We did not have the person in the role who had any understanding of the development process. So it became a real problem. There were some things he was able to do that were helpful, but not as much as we want. The other issue we have kind of works in with this is getting feedback from the business community on where the issues are. Part of the problem we were having is going out and talking to the businesses. They're afraid to talk to the city. I don't know, they talk to Laura and they'll talk to Renee a little bit more than us, but they're afraid that somehow we're going to retaliate against them for something. They don't want to be open and honest with us. And if you ask them, one of the things you have to do, and I've done this earlier in my career, you go out and you talk to people, how's business going? What can we, they don't want to talk about how their business is going. They don't want you to know if they're doing well or not doing well. So it's really hard for the city to get that information out of them, but it is something that we will always try and continue to try to do.
The person I have in mind is more of a planner background than a economic. I mean, whether they're housed in the Office of Economic Development or some house in between, they really need to understand. They need the planning, with the planning hat on, to kind of know what they're going to do, because that's really where the issue is. Great, the economic development person gets them in, helps them get going, but they got to be able to sit there with the person with the planning background to actually bring the thing so they turn the sign saying open for business.
Yeah, you're talking about a partnership of different types of skill sets
collaborative,
here.
yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's got to collaborate with economic development, but at the end of the day, they've got to get their permits approved through the planning department. And so someone needs to understand that process.
I want to make sure that we have consensus among the commission that one of the initiatives that you're interested in seeing, and staff will have to develop that and work that through with the CRA as well as the chamber too and others, but establishing a dedicated resource that's a city resource, not through one of your other entities or partners, to support businesses trying to navigate through the process. Really, that business navigator concept. Is that something that the commission is interested in seeing come forward? Remember that the staff is in the process of developing the budget that will come before you, and so these conversations will help inform staff that are sitting around listening in terms of what then comes forward to you in the budget process.
Yes. And one of the things that City Attorney Jelen said is really going to be they're going to have to work cooperatively also with like the Chamber of Commerce. There is going to need some help from volunteer help from the public sector to help people through this process. And I think that if we do a nice collaborative effort, I think it'll achieve some pretty good results.
Did you have a comment, Commissioner?
No, I'm giving consensus.
Great.
I give consensus. I know that Laura Simon provides it for her corridor. I know that Stephanie provides it for her members, but the city needs to provide it for everyone.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Other actions that the commission is interested in under the umbrella of economic development. You've talked about the data, both the land use data as well as the market trend data that you need. You've talked about resources to support those navigating the development review process. There were some other strategic goals that were in Vision 2035 related to arts and small businesses and entrepreneurship. Are there other things that this commission is interested in advancing?
We know that with regard to promoting the arts, that we have to solve the problem, obviously, of Old School Square, right? That should be in our goals. Guys?
Yes.
I don't like to call it a problem, though. I mean, we're just looking forward to see how it can be the best it can be. I think it's amazing right now. All credit to the current operators and the city, Gina, Laura. The facility is amazing, and how it's running is fabulous, and we're just looking to make it the best it can be. But right, I do think that has to be one of our priorities for the year, is to figure out what we're doing moving forward. And once again, all of these discussions, if I may, really just require us to be amenable to a tremendous outlay of money. So as we have this conversation, anything we're laying out for the city to do, we have to be able to back it up with money. And so I think every time we talk about something today, we should use the word consensus, get it, and Mr. Moore, understand that it's going into the budget.
One of the things I like that we heard, it wasn't my idea, I forgot who brought it up, but was segmenting some of the areas, the corridors that are not in downtown, and going out and kind of figuring out what are the types of businesses that would fit in those corridors. And I think that's a really good idea, because once we know the businesses that fit, then we can go out and hunt them and start looking for them. And I think there's a lot of people that want to come here, and I think if we can map out what areas we have available that are permitted today, then we can go find some of those businesses that can come here, and maybe we avoid some of the problems that we have, with permitting and all that good stuff that happens all the time.
Will that be part of the economic development study that was mentioned?
Not really. The economic development is just really see what businesses, what can Delray do to bring in, what kind of businesses can Delray Beach attract? I think that's really what the purpose of that study is, right?
Right. And so, Tom, you're talking about taking that information to be able to go out and recruit those businesses? Yeah. But you need that data from the economic development study.
And each of those areas is probably going to be a little bit unique. There's probably different opportunities in all those areas. But if we can define that, then we can go out and be good matchmakers with some of these businesses that are interested in coming here. And also, we'll try, I'll go back to our meeting a night or two ago when we talked about these standalone ERs, which I don't think is a bad idea. But they wanted to put one in an area that it wasn't zoned for. And I think we could avoid some of those issues if we know exactly what we're looking for and what our current regulations are, so that we don't have mismatches.
I think that goes back to that first priority of having that data and that information.
Amen.
I do want to go back to the Old School Square. So focus resources on Old School Square. What does that look like? What do you think that is?
More money? No. I mean, bottom line, because it's just cut to the chase. The facility requires money to operate. It requires a tremendous amount of upkeep to keep the appearance attractive. Exterior, interior, and also, we have to decide. Do we want to provide all of these amazing things to our residents for free or not? How do we monetize it? What are we doing in the future? But in this present year, we don't have a forward-looking plan for it yet. We're working on some ideas and a strategic plan. But at the end of the day, to keep it running, it needs money.
We recently, I participated, I don't know if any of you participated, but I got interviewed by this company that's, I guess, whose the goal is to study the whole Old School Square campus and try to figure out what the highest and best use of the facility is. And I guess once we know what the highest and best use of the facility is, we can move forward in one way or direction. We know that we've got the Crest Theater that's going to be, there's going to be a considerable amount of sums to create that as a destination place again.
Right.
But but the whole management of the campus and the whole things like that, I think that we need to understand what the highest and best use of the campus is, and then we have to have maybe a professional manage, somebody to professionally manage it, because it's got so many different components. Because you've got the museum, you've got the amphitheater, you've got the soon hopefully theater, you've got the field house, you've got different components there. So being able to program, very different things is a skill set, but we don't know what our highest and best use is yet.
Right,
I'm really looking forward to seeing what they come back with.
Right, but that's done. We've commissioned the study.
Yeah, I'm saying, so
right.
And what's the timing on that? Do you all know when the...
That would be this woman right there.
So the study that's being done is a feasibility study that is going to look at the campus as a whole and what the highest and best use for all the components on the campus are, including coming back and telling us what things we need to improve to bring the campus up to that standard.
Right.
And then they're also going to be providing a market report, which tells us exactly what the market for those services are. What we have not implemented yet and will be brought back to commission should you choose to move forward with that is an actual business plan that this firm will develop that shows us how to make the campus begin to pay for itself,
right,
and become a self-sustaining entity with its own budget, its own maintenance, to take that burden off of the general fund and put it onto that facility to make it the gem that it really can be.
Is that part of the study, or is that a management company as well?
So this is a consultant company
Okay.
that's providing us with. They do this all over the country. This is, I think they told me this is the 553rd one of these they've done.
Wow.
And what they do is advise the people who own the asset.
Okay.
They don't run the facilities themselves. They can help if the city decides that it wants to go out for an RFP to get an outside vendor to run the facility for us. They can help us with the scoping for that RFP, and they can also develop the business plan. So, the business plan and that RFP scope would be the next step if the city accepts the feasibility study and marketing report and we should have that ready in about 60 days.
Wow.
Good. That's what that was going to be my follow-up.
I can't wait to see that. I think it's great.
So that's the agenda, or the priority item here is you all are waiting on those results of that study, and then you'll have the opportunity to take some action in 60 days, plus or minus.
It's very exciting. Thank you, Missy.
Yeah.
One question on that, Missy, just now that Michelle said that. When we get the results of this and it comes back before the commissioner, we're not going to miss a budget cycle, are we? Or are we?
No, I don't see where we would miss a budget cycle. The only things that would be for the city to fund in the near future would be any improvements that they identify that we haven't already got in the works.
Gotcha.
And we're already bringing forward the Crest Theater improvements that commission has already voted on. And so actually I think we're bringing that to the next commission meeting to start that second phase of design for those improvements.
You're always a step ahead of me. I love it.
I try. It's
I
not
know.
easy. Your legs are so long.
Well, your stride is so long, so it's hard to get a step ahead of you.
Other things on Old School Square?
Well, just on current, I think as we're planning for the coming fiscal year, what does that look like with the current situation that we're in? Because we're planning for an operation of the facility continuing through next year, 26, 27, with commitments already from rental events that are taking place there, operation of the museum. The runway is very short always for this, so we can't plan too far out. But it is important to plan and have that plan with funding attached to that. We had a significant cutback this year, so plans are smaller. But if we look at it for the coming year, the attention and the momentum of this place, and which is impacting the surrounding city as an arts and culture destination, it's really important for focusing as a priority on arts that we don't stop. We don't cut those arts off on the campus that is in the center of our city. So how do we continue that momentum while the feasibility study is continuing and evolving and growing for the sustainability of the arts and cultural facility in the heart of our city?
I wanted to ask, did we want to include in our notes that we would like to, I would, get a professional management company or team to run that campus? I don't see it on there, and I know you mentioned it, Mayor.
Well, I mean, I think at some point there's got to be a transition. We need a professional management company that does entertainment because that's what they do. And we can just,
I mean,
I can debate whether shows should be free or not. But I mean, I speak to people that said many of these shows that we're doing, maybe they don't need to all be free. There can actually be some that generate some revenue. So but I'm not the expert. I'm not in entertainment.
They're not all free.
I hear Laura talking about the upcoming year, but for future references, do we want to include that in our notes so that we can refer back to it? Or
well, I mean, I would, but
okay.
Well, I would think that that's the goal, right? That's why we're doing a feasibility study, and that was the outcome of our January 22nd workshop, was to have a study conducted that would provide that long-term solution to continue the momentum and really make Old School Square, as Missy said, the cultural hub and gem that is for our community. So it should constantly be a goal for the commission to find out what that solution is that is going to create that positive impact for everyone. We're working hard to keep it ramped up, and I know Gina's doing an amazing job on her side of it as well. But we can't stop, right? We don't want to close it to then hand it off. We want to make sure that it's a seamless transition.
we don't want to go through that again.
Anything else on economic development? So let's take a break. Let's just stretch your legs and grab some coffee. And while you're on your break, I do want you to think about, given these priorities that you all have talked about, the data, the survey market trends, Business Navigator program, and Old School Square, how do you define success in economic development? What does that look like? So be thinking of that, and when we come back, we'll talk about it. It is 10 o'clock, and little after 10, we will take 15 and come back at 10:15.
Michelle, back to retention at that time
Yes.
as well. Thank you.
saw that they even attached my email to your letter. Just like saying, we looked at this, because I knew that's what they wanted to do. Once I called them, I said, okay, we're good.
Hurry up and sit down. I'm gonna write that.
That's right.
I want to invite you.
Find your way back to your seats.
I will,
The other thing I do is I just start talking, and then eventually people will make their way back to their seats because they think they're missing something really important. So, are there other things that you all want to add, that the Commission wants to add as a priority for the economic development focus area? I think Commissioner Mullica mentioned retention. Is there something specific that you're interested in suggesting as an initiative under retention?
I think it's important to retain them. I don't know how to counsel a business, but one of the things that come to mind is helping their employees park. So my idea, I don't know how to implement it necessarily, is to have some satellite parking and an electric vehicle that could transport employees.
Thoughts on parking from the Commission? Is there something in particular that the Commission would like to see? There's consensus around advancing an initiative on parking. And I think specifically it's around employee parking.
If I may, we're doing this at the Commission level right now during our meetings. No offense, because I do think it's a great idea, Judy. But I think for today, to get through our process, looking at the clock. Because Anthea made a great point. Yes, we want to talk about how to implement all these visions, but we also have much bigger, broader things that we need to address in the city. And I think we should keep this to, things we can. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the question I posed to you all before we went on break was, given the definition of economic development in terms of success, what are some of the ways that you think are important to measure? You all have identified some specific actions, priorities for the Commission in this next year or two as it relates to data and trends. Can you go back real quick? Sorry, thank you. Data and trends, having a business navigator, and then opportunities around Old School Square. What are some of the ways that you want to measure success? What's important to look for there?
I would add also, we did work on for quite a long time, because I sat on it, the tourism master plan, which we have never really moved beyond. And I do think, because tourism is such a large part of our economy, that we should revisit that plan in this process. But also, I think, frankly, we need to hire an economic development person in our city moving forward, because how we will measure our success depends on the data we receive, and what we determine to do with it depends on the strategic plan for Old School Square and how we move forward, depends on if we implement the tourism master plan and how do we grade what that provides us. I mean, it's hard to say right now, how are you going to gauge your success?
We've spent and had a lot of investment in this city from the hospitality industry. So managing and attracting tourists, which are two separate things, really is an important thing that the city needs to focus on. And I mean, we've been victims of our own success because we've been lucky. We have good people who visit here all the time. We have events that bring people into town. We have a lot of good stuff. But we really do need to focus on not just developing tourists, but making sure we have the right things to keep tourists. So I agree that
it's a board we used to have. I happen to sit on the Tourist Development Board of Palm Beach County, and I will tell you the resources that they use are pretty extensive, and the data that they compile is pretty extensive in terms of what. Again, it's just like marketing. You're marketing a business to come into the town. We also got to be able. You got to market your town to make people want to come and visit your town. So, I mean, I think it's an important office, and we definitely should have within the economic development office someone that's their focus is tourism.
I think Commissioner Burns, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just waiting for the mayor to finish. Are you finished, Mayor? Don't laugh in the mic.
Yeah, thanks, Andy.
What I was thinking was based on some of the goals that we placed on the previous slide, that some simple ways to measure would be reduction in business closures, number of businesses supported, improve permitting timelines, and just some basic, like how many did we save, how many did we help, those kinds of things.
Yeah, I know you all are data people, so having some of that data is really important too.
Can I ask a question? Do we ever do postmortems on businesses that close or leave? I don't know, Laura, is that something we do?
Yes, I mean, sort of. We do a recap of those that are, we do fact finding if they are closing, why they're closing.
Yeah. Okay.
Traditionally, and what we're seeing is a combination. Most of them are closing based on time and their personal issues versus something that we've done.
Yeah.
Thanks. One thing that came up at the visioning that we didn't discuss, but I think comes in line with tourism, is promoting Delray Beach for conferences and events. And I think once our golf course is completed, that's something we could look at, because we don't have a lot of event space, but it'd be nice to have it.
Yeah. So there's some important data to look at to make sure that you're having the impact that you want, but also because you're in the planning stage for a couple of different things. You talked about the economic development plan, obviously the feasibility study from Old School Square. Those are important things for you all to continue to get updates on and see what the progress is. So all important things to measure. Anything else on the topic of economic development before we move to the next focus area?
You can add number of businesses assisted with that navigation system. So we want to, that's a way to measure success.
So you see it and it gets up on the
Well, measure getting that program in place, right?
Yeah. Yeah, once you have that program in place, yeah. Okay, so let's move to the next focus area, which is education. And I will, again, ask for a commissioner to read the mini vision statement, if you will, of education.
Mr. Margaret, would you be kind enough to read it?
Just a paid endorsement?
Huh?
No, probably not. Delray Beach will support the various educational resources and programs available for our community, which include access to quality public schools, educational initiatives, technical training, and workforce development. The community will be well informed about educational opportunities. All students will have high-quality, diverse learning experiences and pathways to success, including vocational training opportunities. Our focus on educational opportunities will rely on partnerships with our educational institutions, anticipating the future needs of our community of students, and reimagining our relationship with education.
So I'll say, as the community engaged in this process and talked about education, there was a strong awareness, and Judy can certainly attest to it, that education is not the primary responsibility of just the city, that you all don't control all of those aspects of education, but that you can have potential influence. And so this focus area, again, is a community focus area. So the question, I think, before the commission is what actions can the city take? What do you want to take? The strategic goals that the community outlined were restoring the education board and encouraging internships as potential things for consideration.
I think the issue is so much broader than those two things. You know, I think those are nice ideas, but the real question is, how do we improve the quality of our children's education? And I think, you know, there's a potential movement to have a technical school come into our middle school. South Tech is interested, and I think that what I would like to see our commission do, a lot of the children that go to our public school are children who don't have a lot of resources. People get nervous about the technical schools because they don't know, is my child still going to get a good quality education, or is it going to be just technical? It can be both, high quality education and technical training. But the goal should be for us to help the children who get out of high school and don't really have a direction. Because those are the kids in our city that, if they don't find a place to go, are going to be here and needing our future help. So I would like this commission to work with South Tech and the community on education about what this school really could provide their children. Because I think there's a fear in the community about this, but I think if people truly understood the value of this type of education, they would very much appreciate it. And interestingly, I was just at an EJS event, and I was talking to Mr. Dupree, and he said, I always know the kids that come from South Tech. That's a high quality education. So I would like us to work with our education and external opportunities manager to try and create an educational program for our community so that they can see the value to their children and embrace this. Because yes, we can give money to the nonprofits to supplement the summer learning and the after school, and I'm all in favor of that. But how do we really want to affect change? We provide our kids a way better opportunity, and this is the way to do it.
Commissioner Burns.
Well, I want to address what you asked, but also just comment that in the community, in the middle school that's mentioned, the community has not missed the value of what that programs like what South Tech provides. They completely understand that it's the location and the historic, the school location. The school is not a failing school. Palm Beach County does not have failing schools. We're not a failing community. So the value of what South Tech would bring, the kind of programming, is not missed by the community at all. But furthering, what the city can do, since education is not our field, is support, not just give money to nonprofits, but we can create mentorship programs. That's something that the city can do. We can increase the after school and summer opportunities and provide it to more children. So there are ways that the city can help that's in our purview to do, and not the school district's purview. So that's it. Mm-hmm. And expand. I know we have an internship program, but we can expand that as well and make it go to more departments in terms of those students who are in high school moving on to further education. We can expand the internship program that we have with the city. I'll come back with more for later.
I'm not sure why the education board was disbanded, but they are. So we don't have a citizen-led education board anymore. I don't know why, but I think it might be valuable.
I think we have to be honest about education in not just Delray Beach, but the state of Florida. I mean, the statistics are really scary.
Yeah.
They really are. I mean, if kids are not on reading level by the age of 3, there's like a 65% chance they're going to end up in jail. If they're not on the reading level by the 3rd grade. Excuse me, did I say 3? I meant 3rd grade. Because it's the first 3 grades where they actually learn to read. It's actually grade 4 where they start to learn other things like math and history and problem solving and this, but learning to read. We have, and I've spoken with our education, whatever the full title is now. I don't even know what it is anymore. It's got so many abbreviations after the name. Janai. So I'll just keep it that simple. And we are reestablishing, which I will actually let you speak about, the mayor's commit thing that we're trying to do for education. I've even had a couple of initial conversations about creating a private initiative to create a pilot program for certain after-school activities, see if I can get it privately funded, to deal with all kids are going to need this, but we have particular problems related to language, where the kids at home, the parents at home do not speak the language, and consequently these kids are not scoring well. They don't know how to do their homework because they have nobody to speak to. And what's interesting about the comprehension exams, which I learned last week, is that they throw everybody into the same exam pool, so that these could be kids who are just come to the country who really don't understand, but they're taking the test, they're not doing well, so it's dragging everybody's scores down. Yep. It's not just so. Well, I was the first one saying, well, there's 38% comprehension. Okay. But then when I looked at the numbers, which all the components of the numbers, it's not as bad as people think. Mm-mm. But there is a segment of the population that really needs to be addressed, and it's particular in Delray Beach, more so than almost any place in Palm Beach County. There's a couple other pockets that it's important. But Delray's got a particular problem with the demographics. So I'm trying to see if there are ways we can push to get some kind of after-school homework assistance program. We already have Milagro doing it. We already have Achievement Center. There are good not-for-profits doing it, and everything's going to have to be in collaboration with them. So this is something that we've been kind of working on, and I've been meeting with the Rotary on it, and I've been meeting with the Kiwanis on it, and I've been meeting with Janai on it. And you want to just tell what we're trying to do?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we in the afternoon? No, morning still.
We want your full name and title, please.
My name is Janai, and my title is Education and External Opportunities Manager. So I just wanted to offer a little bit of clarity regarding Commissioner Malika's inquiry about the Education Board first. So I've been engaging in conversation with the Commission about the effectiveness of the Education Board and what we can do to really bolster the influence of the members on the Education Board. So we just talked about a few of the qualifications that we would like to see within the members of the Education Board, and really to understand who are the key decision makers that need to be a part of the work in order to move education forward in Delray Beach. And then I also work with Anthea's team, her wonderful team, to look at the city's education element for the comprehensive plan, so that we can also determine some ways in which we could leverage, one, how we interface with the community in terms of their educational needs, and two, how do we institutionalize that change within our policy. Unfortunately, that conversation stalled because there were other city priorities. I'm not saying that education wasn't a priority, but I am confident that we will continue that conversation. But a large part of that conversation really was, how do we address education on a systemic level? So we're talking about things that the city can do, and all of those ideas are things that we can do, things that are within our purview. But it would be remiss of me to say that we need to also discuss some social services that our students need within Delray Beach. Mayor Carney just mentioned that when you look at the data, when you look at the subsets, there are certain student demographics that are outperforming other students. And then when you do drill down, you see that the students that are suffering are also economically disadvantaged. They are experiencing housing scarcity. They are experiencing food scarcity based off of the neighborhood that they live in. And a lot of them are also English language learners. So there's a lot of compounding effects within Delray Beach's educational data that I feel has to be addressed, and it can be addressed from a community level in order for us to receive the high quality education that we're looking for. And so in trying to support a lot of these efforts, the mayor and I have been trying to reimagine how we can bring back the education board and what that will look like. And
a large part of that focus, especially with the consensus, like, some of the comments, from the commission, is also to expand the purview from education to also include workforce development, because it goes hand in hand. So we just talked about economic development, and a large part of economic development is the quality education that we are affording our students here. That's something that I believe is of importance. It's just to look at how our systems in Delray Beach are impacting, whether negatively or positively, education, and what we can do as a city alongside our community in order to achieve those goals.
And I wanted to also add that the city could also, we are working on strengthening our partnership with the school district, but advocate for programs that support what the mayor just talked about. Because as a 34-year educator, first year English language learners are tested, and those scores are counted. And so that, as you said, it takes the whole thing down. And even the first two, statistically, they know it takes 3 years for them to get the language, but yet they test them the first 2 years and they count the scores. So, the goal line is moved from the beginning. And so advocating for a dual language program in the schools that need those programs is something that the city could do. Because I think in the county we have one in Boynton, or there's not many of those, and we need those. And it always boils down to money, 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 but we know that they receive a good amount of money from our taxes. So advocating for a dual language program in those schools that have that population, because it's very much needed, and they don't have that.
And in my conversations with a couple of the school board members, they essentially have said, come back with a plan. They're not going to do it. But if we come up with a plan, I think we can get them to at least give us what I'm calling a pilot program. But because if it works, they'll continue it. But if they're just not willing to take the first baby step to try to get it implemented.
And to that point, perhaps we should direct our city manager to look into how Boynton got that implemented. And there are other cities that have
others have done it, yeah.
So maybe we give a consensus right now for Mr. Moore to look into that, and then that's our first step to possibly implementing. Consensus?
Yeah, that's my initiative, so yeah.
Okay, there you
are. Because I will tell you, it bleeds into economic development. We didn't talk about it particularly, but unless you have good schools, your family offices or your especially coming from up north, they're not used to always dropping their kids into private school. They look really at the public school system, and so unless you have a robust public school system giving these kids all kinds of opportunities, including technical education, they don't come.
Right. So transitioning into then what actions the commission is interested in taking, what I heard you all agree to is getting some feedback from data from other communities who have implemented some of these programs in their school districts, like dual language programs and other, to help kind of bridge that gap. And so just so that we capture it correctly, is the idea then that you all would develop a program proposal to take to the schools? Is that part of this initiative?
School board.
Yeah, we need to come back. We need to just give them a proposal to show them what it's going to cost, how the city can help, how they can help, and we're further complicated in Delray because it's a dual language programs because we have English Creole and English Spanish. Because a big segment of these kids speak Creole, and their parents are coming from the Caribbean, and they're not Haiti principally, but from the Caribbean, and they don't have a strong educational background there. So these kids, they're doomed.
Can I ask a question, actually, Janai? 2 questions. Number one is, I've heard you talk about interfacing with the community and getting more parent involvement, like how? And then the second question is, I know we have VPK here in some of our schools, which is funded by the state. The problem with VPK is it's over at 1 o'clock, and working parents often can't come and pick their kids up. We can't afford, the daycare. But Head Start, which is funded nationally, does have a longer day, and I know it's more extensive. Why don't more of our schools have that? It's a lot of questions for you, sorry.
So I'll answer the second question first, because that has been a priority amongst the community about extended day VPK for all of our schools. And so that's been advocated for at the state level. Unfortunately, there have been no allocations to support full day VPK from the state. So what we've been doing as a city, and actually shameless plug, on May 14th, we'll have a VPK registration workshop. I'll be hosting it in collaboration with the Early Learning Coalition of Palm Beach County, which provides the VPK support, as well as with Achievement Center, to increase our VPK enrollment. And so what we've been trying to do as a city, because it's something that we can do, is to provide our parents with access. So you asked a question about parental engagement. They don't engage because they don't know how, they don't know when, and there are barriers to access. So I've been working with teams to kind of dismantle those barriers and put it within communities that need it. And so with the VPK registration workshop, we are going to provide end-to-end support for each family that registers for the event. Last time we did it last year, we supported over 200 families with VPK enrollment. So it was a very large turnout. So we're going to do this over a couple of cycles so that we can provide end-to-end application process, because there's also a school readiness voucher that our parents can qualify for. And that school readiness voucher will provide the extended VPK, financial resources for extended VPK. So whereas a standard VPK student will go to school from 8 to 11, that school readiness voucher will allow them to stay within that center up until 3. And so we were able to do that for 200 families last year. We're seeking to do it for 200 more families this year. So there is support. And the fact of the matter is a lot of parents don't know. I had a parent call me trying to register their 2-month-old for VPK, not because they understand that there's financial assistance, but there's also a gap in education about who qualifies for voluntary pre-kindergarten, what age you have to be, and what are the specific necessary documents. So that's another barrier that we are trying to work with, because a lot of the documents that are needed, we have families that don't have a lot of trust in the government right now. So when we tell them to come to the workshop with their birth certificate, proof of address, or a bill, it stops them because they don't know what we're using it for. So there is, there's a gap in education and kind of, how we're trying to navigate that to support all parents, but we are doing the work as a city. And in terms of parental engagement, again, like I said, parents are not involved because they don't want to be, they just don't know how. And so, we've been having conversations with the district, and one way in which the city is actively increasing parental engagement is through our intentional campaigns, thanks to Gina. Gina is amazing. And so, we've been working, with our communications team to get the word out about why early literacy is important, why investing early in education is important for us as a community, as well as in terms of economic development and growth, and how our parents can be a part of that change. And it's not just through our socials, but we're actively going to the schools to engage our parents there. So.
Can I just say thank you to Janai? Thank you, Janai. That is wonderful. And just questions, the 200 families that you served last year, were they all Delray residents?
They were all Delray residents. 90% of them were Haitian Creole. And so how we did that, we really had to harness the power of community because of the lack of trust. So we partner with, I forgot the name, but they support our Haitian American and Haitian Creole residents, and they bought them out. They helped us. So it was door knocking, flyers, and we really did a lot of work, really just to show them that we are here to support you, and this is for the betterment, one of your family as well as the surrounding community.
When I spoke to one of the families, it was, about producing documentation, because for where they were in Haiti, if you produced documentation, they thought the police were going to come by your door. They just didn't know, and so they just shut down. They do not want to interact at all. So it's educating the parents that is a big part of it.
Yeah, let me, a shameless plug for myself. The Haitian Family Community Trust, Commissioner Burns, I taught their kids for 34 years, and I also taught adult ESOL, so I've taught many of the parents in the community. So if you have any, please use this resource to get information out. Okay, thank you.
Great opportunity to build on some of these successes and continue to expand to help your community. Are there other initiatives that this commission would like to see action on in the next 12 to 24 months? Is this the right place to start? Or to continue, I should say?
The Education Board being reformed. That's an action item.
So is that something that there's consensus on among the commission to reform the Education Board?
I would agree to that. I mean, it would take some of the pressure off the commission to have the board, once it's configured correctly, to do some of these things that we're asking and bring it to the board for like a plan. The mayor wouldn't have to be involved in the plan. The board could bring those suggestions to us. So I'm for reconfiguring the board and bringing it forward.
We are talking. There was in the old days, the mayor had the roundtable initiative, education roundtable initiative in the old days. We are revitalizing that. It's coming back in some form, which may include some of the elements of having an education board, because it really is creating a dialogue of, it's not just the educators you have to get involved. It's the cross-section of people that need to be involved to make this happen. And one of the problems with the board was, what I saw was they were all educators, so they thought in one particular direction. You really need the different, you need the business people involved, you need the city involved, you need the people involved to try to create the initiative so that it works.
So I hear it's more a reimagined.
Yeah, I don't know. It's called the roundtable. It's called, what are we calling it?
It was, so this was, I believe it was between 2009 and 2013.
Yes, when I was there before.
Yeah, there was an iteration of the Mayor's Education Roundtable, and at that time, that's when we won the campaign for grade level reading.
Right.
And so a large part of the initiatives that were in the campaign for grade level reading, one came from community, and of course the steering committee that was a part of that work, but it also came from the meetings that were held via the Mayor's initiative of the Roundtable. So right now, I am actively engaged with the national campaign of grade level reading, so that we can start our community push for a lot of those initiatives. So we just wanted to redo this process because there was such great work and such great success associated with the last iteration of the campaign for grade level reading, so that we can have like thoughtful progression in terms of our educational goals.
That's how we ended up with the All-America City Award, because what we did back in that time of 2011 to 2013. I'm sorry, it wasn't important.
I know that the Chamber does an education roundtable. I don't know if those two ideas could combine. Can you speak about that, Stephanie?
Is this thing on? I thought you'd never ask. Okay. So the Florida Chamber delineates 3 areas of focus on education, which is kindergarten readiness, grade level reading, and workforce development. We do the same thing at our chamber, and we've worked with Janai on a really great program, Education Roundtable, for the past couple of years, where we had groups, including educators, nonprofits, and business people all together focused on those 3 buckets, and they implemented several programs and opportunities and events centered around that. So that's probably something that we could contribute to if you're going to do this mayor's initiative on that. We'd love to participate. And I did want to say one thing about workforce development. It's not necessarily college degrees are required anymore to have lucrative jobs, and I think Commissioner Burns knows that, and you mentioned that too. Automotive, you can get a job right out of high school for $70,000. That's a tech job in terms of mechanics. Drone operators, FPL has a great program with that. AI implementation is good. You don't need a college degree for that. Healthcare, you can start with certain skills and continue to educate through there. So there are plenty of opportunities that we just want to make sure that everyone knows about, because that will help our businesses get people into jobs more immediately. So we're ready to help with all of these initiatives.
Michael Greco told me, he's at a house right next door to mine, he said to me that they can't find people to work on electric vehicles, and when they do, they're starting them at like $80,000 a year. And these are not college. This is coming out of these technical schools, learning how to fix electrical cars.
Yeah, that's why I'm promoting a technical school in our city.
I'm agreeing.
Exactly.
Well, we agree on that.
Commissioner Burns. We should really make the time, have our Ms. Bones do. She's done a ton of research on this and present it to us, because I think if we really want to affect change, and that's what we want to do, that's the way to go. Could we have a consensus to have her do a presentation on South Tech? Even though we've already had the presentation, I think people got concerned because the people who came in, were South Tech. Maybe our education director can get some information and come in and talk about the benefit to our students.
Are we talking about South Tech in their effort to do a charter school?
Correct.
Or what they offer now?
To do a charter school. They don't offer anything in Delray. They're in Boynton.
I would not have an interest in that. Sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
Neither would I.
Gentlemen?
Why?
Well,
for
South Tech to find a location to have it, absolutely bring it to Delray, but not to take one of the only middle school that we have in Delray and use that facility. I would not be supportive of that. But if they wanted to come in and they found a facility to extend their program, absolutely, I would be supportive of that.
Even though they do emphasize primary education as well, it's not as though you're giving up one to get the other. You're getting both.
No appetite.
Sorry?
I said I have no appetite for that. Not at the Carver Middle School location. Absolutely not.
Gentlemen?
I don't know enough to say whether Commissioner Burns is right. Obviously, if her neighborhood feels it's important, I don't know. Is that the only possible location? I mean,
right. If there are other locations,
could portions of Village Academy, for example, which is, I think, fair to say is underused. Are there places within Village Academy that could be accommodating to them?
I think because we have low enrollment in our elementary schools, they can be restructured. If you are amenable to the program and see its value to students, then we should find the location. But you have to start with the first step. Do I think this is a quality education situation for our students? And I do. Do I see this as benefiting them because they will come out of middle school, segue into high school, and have a technical certification where they can get a job to support themselves? I do. Then finding the location shouldn't be an issue. We could encourage the school board to consolidate some of our schools. We have so many elementary. There's a way to get everything done if we have the appetite. And I'll say it again. This is the third time I've said it in the last half hour. If we want to affect change, we have to start being bold. We can't sit at these meetings for an hour and talk about giving a little money to nonprofits for reading programs in the summer. We have to actually do something.
Well, you heard me talk about pilot programs for after. I mean,
say yes to the presentation.
Well, no, I have to concur with. I don't know whether or not, if we can find the location. I don't think that bringing South Tech into Delray or to charter is mutually exclusive with getting rid of Carver. I think there may be. I think we need to explore whether there are.
I think there's a way to consolidate our schools, asking our school board to. Their school board's not going to work with us on this.
I'm just saying they're not working. We have to go with. Essentially,
I think the
we have
city
to
attorney
come with our own
wants to
proposals.
Commissioner Burns wanted to get in earlier.
I wanted to ask, how is this presentation that you're asking different from the one that we had when South Tech came out with Milagro Center? Is it a different presentation that you're asking?
We've had discussions about the value and also some of the issues that have been brought up by the community, and I think it's just engaging in further dialogue so there's no confusion about the value. If you see the value and you're just hung up on the location, then let's find another location.
I'm not hung up on the location, but we can find a location, but not at Carver Middle School.
That sounds hung up to me.
Is there any opportunity to collaborate with the county on something like this?
School board.
And they have made it clear that they are not interested in it.
Right.
And I have a letter if you'd like for me to read it.
No, we trust you.
No, I trust you.
We got you.
Lynn.
Commissioner Burns, you and I had a discussion. These are schools of hope, right? Is that the way that South Tech is?
What was it?
Aren't these? It's a school. It's the schools of hope through the Florida statute, the bill.
The school of hope is one of them. South Tech is
that
charter,
separate?
so it's a different classification.
Because I was going to say, if it's a school of hope, it like you said, it targets the failing schools, so
No,
there
that's
wouldn't be an
not-
opportunity
Yeah,
to
no,
change it.
It's not a school of hope. It's not targeting because we're not failing. That's not it. I'm talking about opportunities, not because there's failure, but because we can do much better. Thank you.
So what you have currently, you have an initiative about developing a proposal that would go to the school board. There's been some discussion about having a presentation to the commission about a tech support, but that does not seem to have full consensus yet. Commissioner Burns.
I don't want to cut you off because I wanted to go back to something that Stephanie said and now we're on education, but as everyone has said, it kind of goes back to economic development. And I was thinking about having a citywide, once we get a economic development director or manager, creating a citywide workforce and economic mobility program that prepares where we partner with the school district, colleges, and trade schools, and provide apprentice programs and enlarge our internship where we, to provide what Janai was talking about and Stephanie for providing that training for our local residents. And, of course, create entrepreneurs or whatever. I've also talked to, is it Greco?
Michael Greco, yeah.
Yeah, and another dealership in relation with Historic Carver, and they are willing to have the students come to their facility for the hands-on. The district is now, the problem is getting a teacher to teach it. So, there are conversations going on, and we're trying to implement fully the same type of program that Commissioner Cassell is talking about in other locations. And I would be willing to help South Tech find another location. Like I said, do not disvalue what that kind of program brings, and the community is very well aware of the value that it brings. So in the terms of the economic development, if we could have some sort of workforce and economic development training process and support our residents in that way, which will also help the economic, all of those things are, components of that. So that's it.
Yeah, I knew he was saying that you could they were bringing people from the school to train on site.
Right. Well, right now there's an issue with insurance. The students moving from the school building to these facilities, and so the district is working now on trying to formulate how that works. Because of course the car dealerships don't want to be responsible for accidents, and they want to know how the district. So they're working those logistics out, but everybody's willing to work together to have these programs. And Historic Carver is now a technical center, and they have programs, and they have 3 right now, and they're bringing 2 more on next year. So, those programs are coming to our city. We just need to be able to support them the way that the city can support them.
And so what does that look like in terms of action that you would like to see? That there's consensus in the next 12 to 24 months that the city would take?
Well, I think we should see if we can find a location. I would be, I would like to see if we can find a location, and whether the school board can do it through the consolidation. I don't know. That's a school board call.
I just know that I keep going back to Village Academy. There seems to be a lot of available space at Village Academy. So, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
School board isn't going to give up their building for us to incorporate a charter school. It's just, we have to be realistic about that. Is there another location? We need to think about that.
What about the old Formosa, the one that
I was thinking about that, but it's so dilapidated, it wouldn't require construction. The school board we couldn't get that property for the CRA to utilize it for affordable housing. So I don't see that as a viable option either. But I do think that this should be something we work towards.
Is there general agreement among the commission that you want staff to continue to look for opportunities, locational opportunities?
Yes.
Yes. That would be okay with me.
I also want to revisit the issue of restoring the school board. That was raised.
The
Education board. Excuse me. Yes, education board. That was posed. There was conversation about different roundtables that currently exist as an alternative to that to help provide some of the support and connection. But I want to make sure that we have clarity around whether or not that is, because I think you all can correct me if I'm wrong, that's an action that the commission would need to take, correct?
Yes.
And so what would you need to, I would assume that would have to come to a vote for you all to take action on that, to create that? No. The attorney says no, so.
We have an education board. I think part of the issue was trying to get consensus on what the board's duties were going to be. Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of back and forth. Janai probably had how many workshops on it? So I'm not going to say the W word. But at this point, if the commission is satisfied with what's in the code now, it would just be a matter of directing the city clerk to open up the applications, accepting applications, and appointing people to the board.
I think we need to review that before we make that determination sitting here today, because I just recall there were a number of issues, and the specifics of which I can't recall, but that did result in a number of presentations. While I'm totally amenable to a board, I just want to go, I think we need to each speak with the city attorney separately to determine if we're moving forward with that. I don't know that that's a consensus I'm willing to give today.
Yeah, certainly you want to know what the board's charge is and what the membership would look like before you
Thank you.
Open that up to the public. You all need to be clear about that in fairness to the people who would serve on that board. They need to know what their charge is too.
I think one of the problems, at least from some of the people that I put forward or helped put forward towards the board, was a feeling of inefficacy and not necessarily having a direction. Because one of the people that raised their hand to serve was the Minister of Education for Minnesota. I mean, she kind of knew her stuff, but she got on the board, she's like, well, yeah, so that has to be defined, I think. And I don't know what it was or what it could be, but I think that the citizen involvement can help move us forward in the direction. And then you mentioned either or for roundtable or education board. I believe both, right? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we'll put that up and in terms of an education board, that the commission that's really in your court as opposed to staff's court, I think is what I'm hearing, that you all need to review that and then determine what action you all want to take in terms of providing the clarity for the role of the board, expectations that you may have of that board, and then you would potentially direct staff to open that application process.
That sounds great.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So just in terms of me as a commissioner, I would have no idea what the board should do. I think Janai should maybe inform us, right?
So it sounds like we need another presentation.
A workshop?
I just want to say this. I said presentation. I didn't say workshop. I did. That was deliberate. It was deliberate. I just want to say this. I think a lot of the confusion that comes with when members of the public are appointed to this board, not everybody understands government. So the school board is a separate legal entity that while we can give our opinions to them, they're under no legal obligation to honor our opinions or even listen to us. And I think a lot of the confusion was people were coming to this board with incredible ideas, incredible experience, but when they were actually told by staff what the limitations of the city was in reference to education, there was a lot of disappointment.
Yeah, why are we
and we got the why am I even here,
Right.
questions. And so I think when we do reconfigure this, it should be much more tangible, realistic things that can be done within the city. Advocacy is great. You don't need a board for advocacy. People can do that on their own. But I think to set the expectations for people who are volunteering their time, their precious time, to give to the city, I think part of our objectives in this board have to match that.
I want to read to you what Janai and I kind of have formulated as what the mayor's, this initiative that I'm trying to do with this roundtable, and it's to enhance economic workforce element. Business owners, career and technical leaders, and members of the Delray Beach Chamber can be part of the roundtable. So I'm trying to have it as an inclusive thing, taking in consideration the various portions of the elements that we have in our code in the different departments, to try to bring them all together in one place, so to speak, to try to push forward the city's initiatives. That's kind of the idea. We're going to be having our first meeting after the education breakfast, so it's not the education board, but it was, which we didn't have. So I was kind of trying to pursue it to pick up an old initiative that was there when I was there back in 2012, 2013, which worked very well because we ended up getting an award. And I invite everybody to, participate. It's not.
Other things on education. Other initiatives that the commission wants to advance.
These are big goals. So it's a few lines, but they're really big goals.
They are, and impactful. And so measuring impact, I imagine some of the metrics, ways to impact impact of these would be some of the test scores and other related data, participation in some of your programs. But how else would you, the commission, want to measure success? What will you look for in this area, in the education area?
That's always hard.
Well, test scores are one part, but attendance is another. How many kids are enrolled? Are children in our schools, or are they going outside to private? There's a whole lot of data that tells us what's happening in the city.
Part of what we did before, there was a student ambassadorship program which really went out to try to develop, to get people to come to the Delray Beach schools. And so I think that's going to be part of the component. I don't know how it fits in with everything, but that was one of the items that we talked about that was done before, and honestly it was a very successful program. I wasn't the mayor then, by the way. I was only there for 3 months for that, so I can't take all the credit. But Woody McDuffie was, and he did a very good job.
Did you have a comment, Commissioner Burns?
Yeah, I would say partnerships formed, counting the number of partnerships we formed.
Yeah.
What do we have? Internship placement. I think we put internships on increasing.
Anything else on education before we move to the next focus area, which is environment, the other E? Okay, environment. Again, I'll ask one of the commissioners to read this one. Thanks.
Delray Beach will implement practices that ensure the well-being of current and future generations while maintaining an ecological balance. Our main focus will be on our beachfront as a key component of economic development, quality of life, and enhanced protection against weather-related events. We will also have programs to enhance and restore green space, shade canopies, and wildlife protection. Building long-term resilience to climate change, supporting maintenance and restoration programs, conserving resources, and limiting negative impacts on the environment through thoughtful development and zoning regulations are key components of our approach.
And in this area, the steering committee and the community highlighted as goals to maintain, protect, and expand open spaces and to increase and preserve the tree canopy. So given this definition and those broad goals, general comments about this area before we dive into what some of those priority initiatives might look like?
I would say that Missy Barletto, our Public Works Director, has been amazing in this area. When I first ran, we had talked about that conservation program on the beach to protect the vegetation, the dunes, the animals that live there. And then Missy started looking into the Blue Flag program, which required us to meet certain criteria and also, to provide education. And I just want to say that in this area, with respect to our shoreline, we are doing an amazing job. And I really thank you, Missy.
We've actually done a great job on the shoreline. Where I think we have been falling short is our tree program. And I don't know the answer to that.
What part, be more specific about the canopies itself? I mean, the regulations, we are limited on, we can only control what's on our property, right? So we are limited. I think if you're talking specifically, are you meaning planting more trees, having a better canopy, implementing, what are you talking about?
Yes.
All of it? So one of the things
this is going to be Anthea is going to come to this.
Okay.
We've talked about this landscape and how we can enhance.
So it's a good news, bad news kind of answer.
It's
right
always
because predominantly we are a single-family residential city.
Right.
And once again, the state of Florida has preempted.
I was going to tell you
all the time
what we can do in terms of stopping residents from cutting trees down. However, what they don't regulate is our minimum requirements for the size of trees and the number of trees that properties are required to have. So we are bringing forward an ordinance. I don't remember if it's going on to this planning board or the next one.
I think it's June.
I think it's June.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you're right, Mayor. That will increase the required number of trees on properties to try to establish, because keep in mind, single family doesn't mitigate either. So when they cut them down, if they have the minimum number, they can cut those big canopies down, put in smaller trees to meet the minimum requirement, and there's no check going to the tree fund to buy other, use money to spend other trees. On other trees, excuse me. So we are taking a step to look at the regulations. I also think there's a misconception about what the current tree ordinance requires, probably because our residents see what's happening on their neighbor's single-family lot. So that would be the state. So elections have consequences. Reach out to your state reps.
Could I ask a question? When we look at the canopy, though, we're really looking at the big trees. We're not, the palm trees don't provide a canopy. But if you take my neighborhood, for example, we have a shade walking down the street because we have so many trees. But at certain times of year, they come and they'll cut them, and sometimes they cut tremendously. And I'm wondering if we really want to increase our canopy, changing how much you can cut before the storms, because I almost would argue, and I was speaking to a gentleman in Fort Lauderdale, an arborist, that you don't need to cut that much. And when you cut that much and you're cutting annually, you're not increasing because you're not giving the opportunity for additional growth. You're just kind of maintaining, cut, comes back, cut. But I'm wondering if that's a way for us throughout the city to try and increase our canopy, is by not allowing that excessive trimming.
So there are a couple of things in what you talked about.
Right, because my trees are our neighborhood trees.
Yeah.
So we have to control
in
that.
the neighborhood trees, when you have overhead power lines and that sort of thing, that trimming is necessary in order to preserve power during or after a storm. So that's looking at public safety issues. So they'll come through, they will cut, they'll sometimes make a V in the middle of the tree, which is really ugly. But they do that. We try very hard to prevent people from planting trees underneath power lines for exactly that reason. We do not plant trees under power lines.
Right.
But there's also homeowners issues with homeowners insurance. Homeowners insurance companies now are going straight out to the public and telling them, I'm canceling your insurance if you don't trim every tree limb out from over the top of your house or near it.
Understood.
Yeah.
So the answer is no.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there are other things that we could do on city projects. We can have additional funding for planting bigger, larger trees.
We've been talking about that for years.
We have. And because the tree canopy program that we have utilizes the entire tree fund, there's never really anything left to do any of those larger trees. The only other thing that I can think of is we did a tree canopy, and Chris can probably speak to this. We did a tree canopy survey several years ago, and we highlighted those areas of the city where tree canopy is worse, is not up to
I remember that study.
The percentage. And we haven't really ever come up with a solution for how to improve the tree canopy in those particular areas.
I think we tried to do the giveaways in those areas and have people plant in their front yards and what have you, but I don't know. I agree with you that there are some areas that definitely need trees.
Right. So, and then a third thing that we've talked about in-house with Parks and Recreation is on our landscape medians. In a lot of places, we went out and did this what they actually literally called over-the-top landscaping. And it's very hard for us to maintain. They put in annual type plants in there that are very hard to keep up with, where we feel like we could plant larger trees with a much better shade canopy in the medians, and then put grass underneath it, and it would be a much more attractive, much more affordable for the city. And that's Sam's thing that I'm just talking right over it.
Yeah, I'll just pick up there. Going back to that original study to overlap with parks in general, is one of the biggest challenges with the initial assessment was, and Missy mentioned some of this, is one of the biggest areas that was problematic from a tree canopy assessment was our southwest neighborhood, right? And one of the challenges there is there's not a lot of city-owned land, and there's not a lot of park space over there. So there's a really difficult place for us to have a lot of impact by planting trees on our own, which was where that original idea of the giveaway is because there's so much private-owned land and so much private homes there. That's really the only way we could think of getting trees into those areas, because we didn't have much ability to do so. A place we don't need a ton more trees, actually, of all places, is the parks, right? We've been planting a lot of trees in our parks, and parks are naturally tend to have a lot of trees. We're almost, when we talk about this, I'm always like, we're kind of built out from trees, because the more trees I put in here, we're impacting other parts of the park that weren't intended to be impacted by the trees, right? So that's one of the areas that we do. But to overlap with Missy, I think we've had a lot of success on removing some of this and over-the-top landscaping. If you look at North Federal or Linton right now, they look much, much better than they ever had. We used to have maybe 3 or 4 or 5 different types of hedges in one median, for example, as an example. It was very difficult to maintain, right? And they didn't look very good. But you're seeing those improvements going in median by median almost around town. So we're happy about that, and I think you're right. That's one place we can, but the only caution of that is that's not going to save you tree canopy, right? Because a median can only plant so many trees, and that's what goes back to where we're challenged with the tree canopy in certain areas of the community.
Thank you for that information. And with respect to the environment, I'd add one other thing. I really appreciated your presentation the other night. And I do think we should continue the conversation about our coral reefs. I've been saying for 5 years, the beach is our economic driver, and protecting our beach should be our priority. Thank you, Missy.
I just had a comment on the trees and the development, which you have in your statement at the end. It's about thoughtful development. And was seeing, personally in the residential areas with the homes, the structures that are being, homes are being demoed, and they're using every inch of they're taking out trees that are historic trees, 80-year-old trees, 90-year-old trees that I personally have seen grow, growing from little trees to now being these long-standing legacy trees being demoed. And then taking this land and putting every inch of a big concrete building there with very little room for input of a big tree. So I don't know how that can change, but I do just, for us, as all these neighborhoods are going to be turning over with new development, like Ida, West, even on commercial, if they're building structures such as Atlantic Crossing, where are the larger trees going to go?
I totally agree with that. And also, where's the water going to go? Because when it rains, these neighborhoods are getting flooded because they've taken so much space. And there you're saying you're requiring more trees?
Well,
do trees suck up more water?
Just to be clear, if I buy a house that has gorgeous 200-year-old oak trees, and they're in the area that I can build a new house in, the state preempts us from stopping the trees from being cut down. If they're in the space where you're allowed to put a pool, we cannot stop you from cutting them down. We can only require that you replace them at the minimum size that the code requires. You do not have to mitigate the way that commercial properties do based on the size of the tree you take down. The state has once again preempted us. Everybody who builds a new house has to have drainage calculations that Missy's engineering team confirms means they will hold their water on their site. It's not necessarily always done just by dirt. Sometimes they need French drains. Sometimes they need other things. But they can snap chalk lines on their setbacks and build up. And
what they cannot do is plant trees in the swale out in front or plant trees in stormwater retention areas, because that limits our ability to protect the community from flooding.
We're as frustrated as you are that we keep getting preempted from the state. We're as absolutely as frustrated as our residents and our constituents are.
So with regard to swales, how do we, I know that they're not going to get their CO if they filled in their swale, but how do we prevent, because people fill in their swales?
People fill in their swales constantly. It is all over the city, and then they call us and complain that there's flooding on their street, because they removed all the capacity for the water to get off the street and into the swale. So actually we were just discussing yesterday afternoon bringing forward again an ordinance that we had proposed some time back about not allowing parking in the swales, because the other thing that prevents a swale from working is for you to park on top of the sand and compact that soil. which takes away its ability to absorb the water. So, we're going to be bringing.
And that was a neighborhood by neighborhood issue, because in the northwest, southwest neighborhoods, they want to be able to park on the swale. On the beach, they don't want you parking on the swale. Tropical Isle, they don't. I mean, depending on where you are, the communities are happy with or not happy with parking in the swale. So I don't know how you do a uniform ordinance.
In the science and data-driven world of stormwater management,
I
am
all of which
saying
is
that
true.
no one should ever park in a swale, anywhere.
All I'm saying is I remember the discussion that was had on that with all the different neighborhoods weighing in, and some thought it was the best thing since sliced bread, and the other people said, no way, we want to be able to park there. So,
When was the last time we did a canopy study? I think ours is old, isn't it? The tree canopy study? Does anyone know that?
It was done in 2019.
Pardon me?
It was done in 2019.
What is the recommended time frame to redo one?
I think we're about ready to do one.
It's what, like $10,000 or something?
That's a good question. I have no idea what the original one cost.
I think the community greening people sort of threw that number at me. And speaking of community greening, we made a commitment to keep them funded, to keep bringing trees. Now, I know that a lot of the trees, or a lot of the public land has already been planted, and there's not much more, but, the tree giveaways, and then they can work neighborhood by neighborhood to allow some more plantings. So I hope that we continue to support community greening to help support our canopy.
So moving into specific initiatives, you all have talked about a lot of the challenges.
Can I just jump in for one quick second? I guess this is a question, Sam, maybe for you. I was at an event in Lake Ida last night, and I know the palm trees don't throw off a ton of shade, but there's a lot of them. And at this meeting, the neighbors were talking about a lot of disease happening within the palm trees, and a lot of them are dying. And then they talked about the problem that we ran into when the mayor wanted to replace some of the dead palm trees in downtown.
My stump speech.
You can't place another tree in that spot for some reason. Is there any advice at all, or is there any training, or is there any insecticides we could use to stop what's happening with the palm trees? Because apparently it's beginning to plague Lake Ida right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, any advice or options are extremely expensive, right? And that tends to be the obstacle for most, right? Yeah. And replacement is extremely expensive, and it just becomes a super challenging problem without a ton of solutions, because you can really spend a lot of money trying to preserve trees and protect them, and it still happens, right? And then you're stuck with the same situation. So, obviously, I would say consult an arborist for their specific needs. It's almost like medicine; you're afraid to give out advice for you don't know exactly what it is, but. Unfortunately, it's a really tough problem with a lot of the palm trees, and when it happens, it tends to happen to a lot of them at once.
That's what they were saying last night.
So you've talked about a lot of issues around the tree canopy and the challenges that you have with helping to increase your canopy. Broadly speaking, for this category of environment, are there specific initiatives that this commission wants to advance?
Keep funding community greening.
And will that be part of your budget decision-making process? Will that be in? I don't know the organization. So is it part of your budget?
It would be. However, it does evolve because the community greening relationship is based on the financial health of the city's tree trust fund. So it's not a straightforward allocation. It's based on the availability in that regard. There will be a discussion during the regular city commission meeting May 19th relative to the matter. So it's somewhat fluid in this regard, but there are some considerations that need to be made available to also include what abilities the city of Delray Beach can make available via internal resources vis-a-vis the contractual relationship with community greening. So a number of considerations would have to be offered.
And so that'll be coming before the commission on May 19th?
It would.
Yeah. So perhaps not a longer-term initiative to add to this list, since you all will have the opportunity to take action on that. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
No, I just wanted to take a moment before we move on from this specific thing. Of course, a ton of attention goes to the beach, as rightfully so, but just wanted to say thank you to the commission. Their support of the Parks Department has always been amazing. There's so many parks and places in the city that fall under this open space that we should be very, very proud of. Leon Weeks, Atlantic Dunes, Barwick, Cornell, Orchard View, just some of the bigger ones that have really amazing nature trails and a ton of trees, like almost mini forests. I know that I saw that term in one of the drawings earlier. They don't get all the credit around the city, but they're really unique and very, very important for us to protect. You're never going to be able to get these back in such an urban, growing city, right? And so protecting them and preserving them, maintaining them is really important, and I think this team has done a really good job over the years of doing so.
I agree.
So specific initiatives that this commission would like to see in the next 12 to 24 months as it relates to the environment.
Look, as I said, we've been a tree city. We are officially designated a tree city, and I just think we need to continue with whatever options are available we fulfill that the name we've been given.
There's always room for improvement, but however, this city does really well in this area, and most of the things are already in progress and just need to continue, like the blue flag.
Yeah.
Just, the task is to get it again. And so I think that we just continue the things that we currently have going. We're kind of ahead of the game in a lot of areas.
So continue to support, not to lose sight of, but nothing specific that you all want to call out at this point.
Well, this is general, not specific action item, but I'm getting some text. Obviously, using native trees, like when those palm trees die, don't worry about it. Plant a native tree that's actually going to create some shade, and obviously try to mitigate how many trees can be removed when we're doing a commercial development, but and make sure they replace it. But I think we do that. And then designation of like legacy trees that Laura was talking about, beautiful legacy trees that could be protected.
So you all talked a lot about trees. Is there anything specific to the general topic of environment that you haven't mentioned that you want to advance?
Did we cover the flooding and drainage? I mean, that's already in the plan.
There are a lot of things in the plan. One of the things that you haven't heard about yet is on North Palm Trail. There are 2 donated parcels to the city that are deed restricted, that we have to maintain the hydrology on those 2 parcels. The one to the north has to stay literally kind of as it is, but as we're experiencing sea level rise, the land behind that piece of property is eroding. So we are going to have to do something in there to maintain the original hydrology of that lot. The piece to the south of there, when the family was donating it to the city, Lynn did an amazing job of getting them to agree to allow us to put in a limited number of parking spaces and to also put in a non-motorized boat launch, which we do not have anywhere on the Intracoastal Waterway in our city. So we have currently, we've got an engineering firm under contract now to do an analysis on looking at the hydrology of those 2 lots, building it up, creating a living shoreline in those 2 donated parcels, which will help with that North Palm Trail neighborhood is a traditionally an area that has traditional issues with flooding and ponding and roadways and with stormwater management in general. So creating that living shoreline will help attenuate issues with king tide, but it will also give us an opportunity to build a boardwalk through a mangrove forest and put up educational signage, put in a non-motorized boat ramp, and provide for a few limited parking spaces on property that otherwise would just sit fallow. So that is hopefully going to be coming forward to you guys in the next few months.
Thank you. To improve drainage and flooding mitigation, to keep that ongoing and, identify those areas. And what else did I have? And I think we already have the expanding the sidewalk connectivity. We already have that in place. So, like I said, we're pretty good on the road.
So continuing your efforts to mitigate flood impacts.
Yeah.
Okay. And then how about the measurement side? Go ahead, sorry.
How do we prevent people from filling their swales? I mean, would that be like a code violation?
It would be if we passed it, yeah.
Well, it would be a code violation without passing it. We're just asking you to keep people from parking on it, which is, if we create that kind of attention to the situation and people start to understand that it's not just having a flat lawn, it's also keeping water off the roadway, which is a bigger problem for them in the long term, then there's definitely a stormwater education component to that will also happen.
Not just parking, but like a particular street that I know is brought to your attention. One of the homeowners said, "Oh yeah, we all filled in our swales." So
they did. They filled in their swales. They planted massive amounts of landscaping in their swales, and then told us that's a bioswale. That's not a bioswale.
That's a hedge.
That's a hedge. It's a dam, so to speak. The other thing that would be part of the Water Management District years ago created a public education campaign called Save the Swales, and we have a lot of still pertinent education materials left from that we're going to be utilizing and putting out. But first, we need to have some ordinances in place so that we can help people to understand exactly how important that is, and especially as whether you call it climate change or evolving weather patterns or whatever you call it, the water table is getting higher on a regular basis, and flood events, rain events, hurricane events are getting worse because it's warmer. The water is warmer, the air is warmer. So we have to start to plan for that. And the answer cannot always be stormwater pumps and pipes and inlets. But if we don't keep the swales functional, that's the next step, is putting in pipes and inlets and shunting all the water that falls onto the landscape into our water bodies, which creates water quality issues. If it falls on the grass and seeps in through the ground into the aquifer, that bank filtration is the best way to ensure that you maintain high quality drinking water for the future. It's all connected.
I don't know if the commission would be amenable to improving multi-modes of transportation. I know that some emails that I received talked about bringing the trolley back, and I know that was an issue with the trolley, but I know we have the freebie, and I understand that there's some higher tech freebie services out there now that over high above what we have now.
You're talking about the driverless ones?
I'm
No,
reading.
not the driverless ones.
There are some driverless ones out there.
No, ones that there's more technology used with it. I think it communicates with you, it waits for you, it tells you. There's a whole lot that goes with it. But if you're interested in multi-modes of transportation for our residents, visitors.
And I think that'll come up under strategic development. That focus area talks a little bit about transportation.
Oh, okay. I thought we had mobility in this one. Okay.
There's overlap. There's certainly overlap. A lot of these areas certain overlap, just as we talked about education and economic development.
Yes.
There's definitely some overlap. Anything else on environment before I think we are just about ready to break for lunch.
Mr. Meatop, there are still some stumps on Atlantic. Thought I'd raise that issue. And I know there's equipment out there to remove them, because when they wanted to remove our interchange, they had no problem getting 10 trucks there to do that. So
I'm sorry, before you move on, Ms. Cassell brought up the reefs, which we know is important. It's the only way that we're going to have to quit pumping and dumping sand is restoring the reefs. What is the forward motion on that suggested?
That's money in the budget for the reefs. And that's something I hope everybody is interested in.
So let's break. I believe lunch is just about ready, and we will take a formal break for about 30 minutes. Mayor, does that work? 30 minutes. We'll come back at 12:15. If you all aren't finished, you can certainly bring your food back. But we'll come back to go through the next two focus areas at 12:15.
beautiful.
Thank you. 3 of the 5 focus areas, and so we're going to move into the 4th focus area right now, which is historic preservation. Can I get someone to read historic preservation for us?
I'll read it. Hold on, where are we? That's the next one.
Did you get it?
Yeah, did you want you read the first one, right? So we have, who hasn't read yet?
I think everyone's read.
Did you read?
I read. Do you want me to read it?
No, I'll read it. That's okay. Delray Beach will protect and maintain our distinct historical districts, buildings, landscapes, natural areas, and structures of historic significance in order to safeguard our unique cultural heritage and allow the community to connect with our history and identity. Protection will include strong legal frameworks, incentives, and support for funding opportunities to allow owners to preserve the historical integrity of properties. This will result in unique neighborhood characteristics, enhancement of our small town nostalgia, heritage tourism, economic development, and an increase in property values.
So even as you read that, you see all the overlap with some of the other areas we've already talked about. So reactions to that, things that come to mind when you read that mini vision statement?
I think it's what we try to do anyway in the city, right? We have pretty strong regulations as it relates to dealing with historical properties. There's a lot that we've been preempted by Senate Bill 180, so that we're not going to be able to do, and it does not look like the legislature is interested at all in taking it up. They were offered 2 opportunities in the House and Senate this past year to do it. Garnered, not only did it not garner majorities, I mean, the support was very low in terms of making it. So we're shackled a bit in terms of trying to strengthen in areas that aren't already historic to create historic designations. And by the way, that includes whether or not, even if it's not fully historic, even if I wanted for example, a conservation area, those are, I mean, they have really made it almost impossible to make any kind of change that would limit, the free use of the property in any way that you want to use it. So, we've been the statutes is really what we're dealing with. Now we are talking about doing, historically designating a portion of our cemetery, which has a lot of the original settlers in it, white and black. That's underway, and the city has been working on that. There's also a program to do Frog Alley, which is ready to go almost. And so there are other things in the pipeline. It's just that we're not there yet. The biggest issue that people have with historic, to be honest, is trying to get projects approved that are within the historic district. Whether or not the property itself is historic or not is a separate element, but the timetable in trying to get things through. And there's been a lot of discussion that certainly Ms. Gianotis knows about in terms of how do we move things along better to incentivize people to fix a historic property. Because right now, it's in their view, I don't know that I share it because each case is different, but in their view, it's just too onerous to try to do something with a historic property so that they don't do anything. And we had somebody who's here talked about demolition by neglect. This is a problem in Delray where people are just not doing their properties because they don't think they can get the approvals to do them, and sooner or later they're not salvageable. That's my view.
I can piggyback on that a little, not even just demolition by neglect. Some people have given up on the process and they're just going to apply for a demolition permit because the process takes forever. I know the Historical Preservation Board over the last 5 months, well, one was canceled, but the only thing that I saw on their agendas was appropriateness, like, instead of like a new project or something like that, it was all
A certificate of appropriateness.
Certificate of appropriateness, yeah. And a lot of it was Sunday Village. So I'm not seeing a lot on the agendas, at least for the Historic Preservation Board. I don't know what goes on inside of that. But I have heard of one particular person that recently spoke to me is going on 3 years trying to get his historic property approved in whatever needs approved. But that's a long time and a lot of money. And if we really do care about restoring these properties and keeping them historic, we got to figure out a way to grow the department, do whatever we have to do to hold up the department to be able to get these through.
Well, can I ask a question?
Hold on, sorry.
Pause
1 second.
Ask which property is taking 3 years? Okay,
So-
wait, hold on, because that is, as a colleague, that's not taking 3 years because of our city. The applicant wanted to elevate the property 14 feet, have about 1.5 feet between his house and his neighbor's yard, which would have been elevated 14 feet. Take a building and put it on top. It met none of the standards. So to say that the staff caused that is not accurate. I just want people to make sure they understand. If it takes you 3 years because you want to go so far outside of what is allowed, then don't complain about the 3 years.
Well, I'm not necessarily...
No, I'm just saying I know enough about that project to tell you that was nothing to do with our staff.
Okay, and I think there are 2 properties next to that that have given up the process altogether.
They've been waiting to see what the outcome of that one was.
No,
because
the
if
one
we
is
were gonna
fine.
have
You'll be getting a demolition request from one of them.
That's fine. It is difficult when you're in a flood zone. So I think to the mayor's point about how our hands are tied a little bit on historic designations, which I think is probably going to be an issue with Frog Alley's report as well, because if the property owners are not supportive of adding another layer of process or regulation or anything, then Senate Bill 180 is not going to allow us to really move forward. So to me, I think of the strategic goals, the list needs to be incentives. And I do think it's important to deal in fact and truth. What you see on the agenda is not the workload for the division. It's just not. They review building permits daily. They review Sunday. There was Sunday Village still to this day, almost on a daily basis. So if we're going to talk incentives and if we're going to talk speeding up the process, like we've done with some other processes, perhaps now would be the time to be able to shift some things to an administrative route so it doesn't always have to go before a board, and we could shorten things. Only 2% of the city is designated. Okay, if you don't want to take on the Secretary of the Interior standards, there's 98% of the city available for you to purchase and live in. Personally, I have only lived and owned historic properties since I've been an adult, not living with my mother. Because it's all the benefit of quality control without an HOA coming to tell you that your yard is not cut. That said, in our city, it's not that many properties. Now, I think what we need to talk about is perhaps non-contributors could just shift to completely administrative. Perhaps there's, we already have additions that don't face the street. You know, there's things we can do, but maybe and I think it was in here that the matrix could be revisited. I think that's a really great starting point to try to make it a little easier to own historic properties.
Well, I do think burdening staff to have who deal with historic to also deal with the non-contributing properties is, that would best be done by the regular route because they are non-contributing. That doesn't mean there's not going to be standards in the neighborhood they got to comply with, and all that stuff, which there would be. So. I'm just, there is an issue.
Figure out how to structure it, but they don't, it's not the staff because you have 3 people that are dedicated to that 2% of the city. in terms of workload and carrying.
I mean, one of the comments that I got on the, I did not look, I mean, I kind of look at the staff reports and with the comments that are being made. And on one of these ones, I think it was actually Marine Way, they were talking about they wanted to see the color of the tile in the pool. Really? Color the tile in the pool? I mean, that's a comment?
So again, with the materials list that they're required to do, perhaps we could amend some of the things and take it out of the purview of having to do an entire materials list. I don't know. But I think what also you need to be cognizant of, as much as you're up here saying, go faster, historic is, and I've said it before in public, some of you guys have heard it, it is the toughest division because half of the city is upset you are allowing any change at all to happen on those properties, and the other half is wondering why you're making them keep that old shed. So it is the toughest route. It truly is, because our constituents, 50% are on one side and 50% are on the other. And I go back to 2% of the city is designated. If you're not interested in being a steward of a property that the rest of the city decided at some point was important to maintaining our character, then please buy a different property. I don't know what else to do, but I think we could try to administratively streamline some things, and we could look at that and bring something forward in a future workshop or however we want to do it.
Mayor, Commissioners, there's something really at play here that I see a lot, because I hear a lot of these complaints about things taking too long to get through development services. Particularly with the system we have now, is there's a lot of times, and I'm not going to say it applies to any particular situation, but in a lot of them, we're looking at the timeline and development services have done their job within 7 days. And then it goes back to the owner's design professional, who then doesn't respond for 3 months, but tells the owner, well, the city didn't approve that, we have to fix it. So it gets in this part, and we end up taking on the burden of all that time, even though we did not hold it up at all. So there's always another side. You're only hearing one when you're talking to our residents. There's nobody in Anthea's department going, I'm going to let this sit on my desk for a while, or I don't like these people, let's make them do this. That just doesn't happen. They're going through a process. They're doing the best they can. They're covering all the requirements we've put in place for them, or the Department of Interior has put in place for historic properties. They really are doing a pretty good job. Occasionally there's a hiccup with something. I'm not going to say it's never something that's going through us, but the large majority of when I hear people saying it's taking too long, it's really been on the time for them to resubmit to comments that we've given in a timely manner. So I really do suggest to you that there's some process change we might be able to make. I think Anthea is absolutely right. There's plenty of things we can look at making it administrative. There are things that commissions in the past may have wanted to see, but they're really not those sort of things that you have to decide on. They're pretty ministerial, and they probably should be that way. So, we're happy to look at those things and try to find some more of those things that might speed up the process, because people don't need to go to a board. They don't need to appear before the commission on minor things that are of no major consequence to either you, other residents, or the city as a whole. But I do want to jump in and support Anthea and her department. I've been through a number of cities. During my time in Miami Beach, we had a very large historic designated districts. We had a number of them in the city. I saw the same things there that I see here. It's the standards, it's the Department of Interior standards, it's the fact that you're working with old construction too. Sometimes that just takes time. So just to get my 2 cents in on that with you.
On the Marine Way thing, which by the way I did not support along with my colleagues, it was way over what it should have been, and it was ridiculous. So but there were other components of it that should have been handled more quickly before we got to that issue. And I will say, with respect to Mr. Orris, having sat on the other side of the aisle for a lot of years, that it's one thing getting one set of comments, 2 sets of comments, then you change planners, you get another set of comments. There is a pattern. I'm not blaming, but there is a pattern of getting multiple layers of comments. I'm of the view that when you get through your second set of comments, if you haven't resolved your problem, both sides resolve the problem, because it's not always a staff problem. Sometimes it's it's the developer's problem. I mean, they're differing opinions. Those should really move their way to the board more quickly than they do and make these things conditions of approval. That's what other communities.
Unless it's a variance or a waiver, and I'm going to go to the attorney now.
No, you've got your time period, but I will tell you the same statutory time period since January. I've got one variance approved in Boynton Beach and one major site plan review in Boynton Beach. That includes in front of the commission.
I bet you applied for one and paid the fee.
Of course I did.
Right. That's one of the issues. If staff gives you a comment and says you need to apply for a variance because there's a certain portion of the property in the setback, and the applicant doesn't want to do that, I can't legally let that application go forward.
I'm not talking about that.
That's a current real world issue that we're dealing with right now. And so that, you're going to get the complaints, staff is being difficult, staff doesn't want to move the application forward. Legally, and you know this, Mayor, if there is a setback variance that's required, how do we let that just go to a board? And then what if the board approves it? That's not a condition of approval, right?
You notice it.
If they haven't applied for it?
Yeah, how do you notice something that's
Well,
not applied?
That's some of the issues.
I mean, I will tell you that the five townhomes across the street from my office on Southeast Fifth Avenue, I applied for it. I hadn't even thought about running for office. It finally got to the agenda when I was on the commission. It had respectfully, they had two separate. We went through 5 sets of comments.
Respectfully, I can't draw it for your architect.
Huh?
I can't draw these plans for the applicants. You either respond to them or you don't.
Well, I guess the issue was when the third set of comments were different from the first 2.
Usually because the design has changed, and then we tell you you can't put this here, and you move it somewhere else, and then it's still not right. It happens.
I'm just saying there is an issue with the amount of time it takes things to get processed in Delray Beach vis-a-vis other communities.
Well, the state requires that we provide comments within 30 days, and
Yep.
that's all the
And you
divisions, and
do.
we are meeting that requirement. And if it's single family and it goes straight to permit, it's within 10 days of sufficiency. And the software proves that we're doing that.
Mayor, we hear your concerns. Anthea is continuously looking at the process. We'll look closer at the process. We'll see what we can find as far as some time saves, and we will find those, identify those, and bring those forward.
Because that's not just for historic. I mean, I'm obviously referencing things which are non-historic as well, which probably should have been in the next agenda item. But it's what Commissioner Malika is hearing. I mean, I got an email today about something, which they don't understand. I mean,
so let's bring us back to the topic of historic preservation.
I'm sorry?
So let's bring us back to the topic of historic preservation and understanding that there are maybe opportunities on historic properties to look for those opportunities to streamline the process, to reduce time. Some are statutorily required, is what I'm hearing, and so some is the common issue that we hear all across the country, which is there's always going to be a battle between staff comments and the applicant. That's not new to that. Yeah, that's universal. But back to what can you all as the commission, what can you do? What you can do is direct staff to continue to look at opportunities to streamline the process for historic properties. Again, I'm going to keep us on the topic of historic preservation. Are there other things? We'll get into development broadly in the next area, but in terms of historic preservation, specific things that you'd like to see.
Yes, and I agree with that. If we can incentivize or streamline, obviously, we want to encourage the preservation, and I think we are doing a good job at that. But obviously, we can always look to improve. But I did want to add that we got consensus the other night to also look to make Veterans Park historic, because you didn't mention that, and that's exciting. Say that again?
I'm saying, I think there's a number of things that we stopped at.
No, but I want to mention that one too for the listening audience, because that's exciting.
Again, I have no issue with Veterans Park, so
right. We got a 3 consensus.
But
I'm just.
I still don't understand why it needs to be historic when it's a city park and it's not in danger of not being a city park, and that's going to be what the community may have something to say about it.
about showing, that it has value, whether it affects the change. Sometimes it's just the perception. We're in a current climate where we can't put in the overlay, we can't do things, so let's do what we can do.
Again,
because you really can't predict the future. Right now, look at all of these preemptions. You don't really
You can't
know.
look at 3 votes can get rid of a historic district now.
I understand that.
So
Mayor. We're not disagreeing.
I mean, I'm happy to move forward, but I'm not going to pretend that I don't do things with public lands because of perception. I'm sorry, I just don't do that. And nor should any political body
I'm just
consider.
saying it's on.
Well, we want to make it look like it's a public park.
It's
It belongs to the entire city of Delray.
Right. Do you think that anyone in the city minds that?
So again, I'm going to bring us back to this focus area and your priorities.
That's technically historic, but I do agree.
Right, but that
we
was
need to incentivize people to do their housing. And I'm going to use the Marine District, and not the one that we were just talking about, those houses, but there's a lot of small houses in that district that qualify probably as historic, where they are not doing improvements on their house. That concerns me because I really don't want these houses to go into to be demolished by neglect. So what does the city do to say to these homeowners, look, you live in a historic house. How can we help you improve your property? How can we help you preserve this property? I think that we should be doing more to actually reach out to these people with these incentive programs, which could be they're already tax breaks, or already breaks we can give them to incentivize them to actually improve these properties. Because we don't have that many left. As Ms. Gianotta said, I mean, we have so few properties that actually qualify for as historic, that when you do have them, you should do what you can to save them.
And in fact,
I don't believe we've been doing anywhere near enough to incentivize.
And that was one of the goals that the community identified, is to create incentives for historic preservation. Again, so now it's really up to you all to decide, what does that potentially look like and what actions would you like to see?
So, Mayor, you'll remember when we were looking before SB 180, when we were looking at designating Atlantic Avenue, staff did come up with incentives. And so, because the goal was to lessen the likelihood of litigation because the city was taking this action on private property. And so there's no reason why we can't revisit that and revisit those incentives on a more general level to address the issues that you're having.
We already have stuff within. We can't create a new historic district, but we ought to be able to provide incentives to places that are already within a historic district.
Absolutely.
And that's my point, because we do have some. Also, there's some in Osceola Park that probably qualify. There are areas in town that qualify.
And
we should be incentivizing them to. And plus, it would be great for property values because it will improve the neighborhoods. I mean, it just is the ripple effect is I think,
so would it be helpful for the commission if staff brought back the research that they had done and the development of the potential incentives, don't let me put words in your mouths, that may be helpful for you all to talk through?
What?
I'm sorry, are you speaking about bringing back the research for the Atlantic Avenue?
No, for what incentives might look like. So that you all would have that information to then make decisions about whether or not you wanted to create some type of specific
these were
incentives
outside of just the Atlantic Avenue overlay. Correct?
Yeah, this would be if you are in a historic district.
Sure.
These would be creative. This would be incentives for the people that are already within a historic district to preserve their properties. I don't know what that will look like, but I really would like to see it.
If it's already has been created, it wouldn't hurt to have a review to have to see that. So I would agree with that.
From staff's perspective, is that reasonable? Sure. So we'll add that to the list again, so that you all can see what's available to you.
Yeah, because I do think people will take advantage of it.
And also, Anthea also mentioned for non-contributing applications or whatever to shift to administrative. Do we want to give that some consideration?
I would. Because
wait, I want to understand this. You're talking about non-contributing properties within a historic district? They have to have the same rules, right? Right.
It would be within the jurisdiction of the historic board, which are properties located within a historic district. I don't care which one you choose. OSHAD, anyone you want to choose.
So
there are properties in those districts which are not considered contributing or historic. But because they're in that district, they are required to go
I'm
through.
in a non-contributing house in a historic district overlay.
Who use your house then?
Yeah.
I mean, they're minors. They are treated differently already. There's majors and there are minors depending on how they're designated and the extent of the work that you're doing. I think what we could do is just, if you agree, to direct us to look for opportunities to shift some of the review, always with my ability to elevate up to a board, which is what we have already in the other non-historic parts. Maybe there's ways to shift to a more administrative. They already have you don't want a new building coming in that is the reason, and I mean, I live in a district, so I understand what's going on with the new construction and things like that, is you want that to not negatively impact the character, right? If you end up with these giant things, and then the historic houses are huddled under some modern robot-looking house, there's reasons that you're still evaluating them. But I think the direction would be for us to look for ways to streamline and shorten the process. Obviously, always go faster, and then revisit the incentives and what we could offer. I think if I remember from there was a historic task force, and I think there was discussion about increasing when you see the ad valorem tax when people have finished their job, their work. And they bring the ad valerums forward. Those are really valuable because they actually do transfer to sellers, unlike the way your tax rate changes when you just sell a house. So maybe there's some appetite to increase that. I'm not sure what that entails in terms of, I know there were some things like that. We can go back to that task force report and try to find, it's all got to be incentive-based unless 180 is going away.
The ones we used to process, we would get a percentage back over 10 years, as I remember.
Yes,
right?
And it's transferable if you sell the
And
property.
it's transferable if you sell the property.
I personally did it, so it probably saved me.
Well, I had a few that I did in this town.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And the city sets that, or the county does? Isn't that
No, it comes out of our section of
You're not being relieved of your school board taxes.
No, I
If you're being
understand.
relieved, sorry, Henry, of your city taxes, that would result from the increase in value of the work that you did.
But you're not giving anything away because the increase isn't there. So
No, I don't.
You're deferring your ability
Yeah,
to use those additional revenues for someone improving their house.
It's like a little mini tip.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you. So, spending time with Director of Development Services Anthea Giotis most recently and other members of the team, Office of the City Manager, to do what we can to strike a balance relative to administrative processes. A lot of what we're talking about is very pertinent. So the request is to simply allow all involved to come back before a commission over the next couple meetings and beyond to flat out make these recommendations to include adjustments to code, other regulations so that we can get down to this place. I think a lot has been communicated in that regard. Quite frankly, prior to today's setting, to, in essence, support the recommendations that are being offered. So we are all in this alignment with respect to doing what we can to streamline, make processes more efficient to the extent possible. My request of the Commission at this time, as I've talked to several of you all individually, is to empower us to proceed as we come back. So in the coming meetings, if you will, we will make this an agenda priority for regular City Commission meetings and, where applicable, workshop meetings so that we can get to a place in which we can all be on the same accord. Because I think Ms. Doris, Ms. Giotis spoke fairly well in terms of the experiences we've had dealing with applicants for a variety of different reasons. And as I've shared with some of you all individually, a solid opportunity would be to do what we can to streamline requirements and make it an administrative process as opposed to having to go before the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Commission, and other authority bodies, so to speak. So my request is that we be given the opportunity for empowerment, and quite frankly, if we can have consensus to that effect, I think that would be most productive for all.
So I would like to understand, what do you mean administratively? So the only thing that you're getting rid of is going before the Historic Preservation Board and the Commission, or is there a different step?
Can I clarify? I don't think the direction is to get rid of anything right now. the direction is, so you're not making any decisions. What I hear the manager asking is for consensus among the commission, for staff to huddle and to compile some of the research that they've already done, bring that back to the commission for you all to have a more full discussion of what your options are. So you're not taking any action right now to get rid of any review. Mr. Moore, correct me if I said that incorrectly.
You are not incorrect. Thank you.
So the answer is we don't know the answer to your question yet because staff needs to spend time reviewing the conversation that you all have had today, pulling information together, some of which has already been developed in terms of potential incentive opportunities, but that it would come back before the commission for a full conversation. So all you're giving a thumbs up to is, do you want to have another conversation about this, a more full conversation with information and data in front of you?
And if I may, ladies and gentlemen, that exercise will yield specific recommendations and outcomes so that we can get to the fundamental goal of making processes more efficient, streamlined, and quite frankly, alleviating any misperceptions regarding staff being unattentive, unfriendly, because quite frankly it is. We have a very responsive, attentive organization in every regard, and we strive to do that much more. So my conclusion as city manager, reviewing the analysis and data associated therein, is doing what we can to make matters more administrative so as to eliminate steps that may be regarded as unnecessary, or having the commission be supportive of staff in their efforts to be on point with respect to responsiveness and attentiveness. So consensus to that effect would be greatly appreciated. I see most of you nodding your heads, and hopefully I'll take that as a positive indication to move
I would
forward.
love to see an incentivization program to save historic.
Yes.
Any concerns about that?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and will do.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break because those cookies were really good. I'm
They
just
really
going to
were.
say,
Too good.
if you haven't gotten a cookie, make sure you get a cookie.
And
So-
I think the police chief is gone. I hope he's gone to go pick up the ice cream truck, which the police department has, because I mean, so would I.
So we'll
I
just
love
take
ice
about 5 minutes or so, stretch your legs, grab a cookie, and then we'll come back for the final area.
I'll show you later. All right.
I used to have a bell. I would ring a bell. Yeah. Yeah. Mine was a little bell that a gentleman gave me at a retreat one day. I swear he looked like Santa Claus, and it was like a jingle bell. And yeah, it was like a sleigh bell. And I would bring it through airports with me, but then my luggage would ring, and
Excuse me, Mayor.
wasn't a good idea. So, all right. So we talked about historic preservation.
Can I interrupt for a moment?
Please.
Ms. Simon just had some very amazing comments to make about things in the city that we should be appreciating. Our 100-year anniversary coming up, and just the idea of, why don't you explain it? Ms. Simon?
The semi-quincentennial of the country?
No, Delray Beach in 2027 will be 100 years old. So that is the uniting of Delray and then Delray Beach, which is the beach side. But the comment I have is really around incentivizing outside of historic districts. We have lots of buildings, lots of homes, residential, that are outside of historic districts but are 100 or 70, 80, 100 years old that could be preserved and designated historic, and I've thought about it. And I did hear in the visioning workshop, one of them being said that there are those, but they're not as, people or residents aren't either doing that. And really, what is the why? So why and how can we tell the story of the buildings, tell the story of the city better to maybe incentivize and maybe to increase the desire for those residents or homeowners or building owners to want to do that.
Yeah. Mr. Moore.
Thank you. So, in response to some commentary and observations that was offered during the previous discussion regarding historic preservation, I think many of us talked a little bit about the fact that the City of Delray Beach is an extremely responsive and attentive organization, and in the process of that come the expectations that we do any and all that we can to demonstrate ourselves accordingly. With that, my request to the Commission and anyone concerned is that staff be given an opportunity to evaluate, investigate a particular inquiry or complaint before a conclusion is drawn that one side is better than the other, or one side is right, one side is wrong. Because I've had many experiences along the way in which I've actually facilitated outcomes in which the story that was initially presented to the Office of the City Manager was not the case at all. We do have processes in place to confirm what the status of any particular consideration, any particular evaluation or exercise is, and my request again to the Commission is give staff, the Office of the City Manager, the department directors, everybody involved, anybody concerned, the opportunity to review any specific concerns or questions before conclusions are drawn that somebody did something right or wrong, or one side is right, one side is wrong, because as we clarified in a few examples we talked about recently, that's not entirely the case. What I would like for everybody to likewise support is the fact that we are incredibly responsive and attentive and will be solid in that regard. So I'd appreciate that support, and I think everyone else serving the City of Delray Beach will be as well.
Look, on some of these things I found where people said the staff didn't do this and staff didn't do that, I go out and I pull out the sheet that says, the application was filed on January 2nd. First set of comments were given on January 27th. Person responded with this. You could see the timeline. I think if we had access to the timelines, then so that when someone calls you up saying, I've been doing this for 3 years, well, if there were 6 months between the request to the architect for a change and the things, that should depend, the cities should not be penalized for that.
Correct.
So it would be helpful if, because I said when I processed them, I would have access because I was representing an applicant. So I would see, where everything was in the matrix.
And on that note, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orris and I actually had a discussion about the prospect of making that information more known, more available.
It is public information. I think it is public information.
However, more blatantly so, more obviously to others, because I don't think a lot of people is aware in that regard, at least that's what the current analysis suggests. So thinking of ways to make that actually known so that there won't, to help alleviate questions or problems that may come about in that regard. So I don't have a specific strategy to advance that at this particular point in time, but the commitment would be to do what we can to make that known to the extent that we possibly can.
That doesn't have to, we just have to make an inquiry. If someone complains, you just inquire, and then you go from there. It's not that big of a deal, you know?
What I also hear in this is one of our ground rules that we started today with, which is assume good intent.
Right.
Everyone here, one of the greatest things about the visioning process from our perspective as outsiders was how excited people were to participate. Did everybody agree? Absolutely not. That's what community is. You have lots of people who come from different perspectives. But what we also heard from staff is this is hard work. From the commission's perspective, this is really hard work. And yet, when you assume good intent and everybody is trying to do their best because they love this community, then when you start from that place, then you can help identify those opportunities for improvement, but know that everybody's doing their best to create an even better place for future generations too. So I think that was really one of the overwhelming things that we, as I don't feel so much like an outsider after a couple of years with y'all, but as an outsider coming in, that was really exciting. Because when you send invitations to a party, you all send invitations to members of the community to participate in the strategic visioning process. You just never know who's going to show up. You hope that people come, and people came and were really excited and said some really positive things about this community. Please go back and look at some of those drawings if you haven't already of what our visual facilitator did in capturing what people love about this community. It was really exciting. It was a really fun process for us. And so building on that energy is such a great opportunity that you all have. So with that, back to historic preservation. Are there other ways to measure success in this area? So clearly, you talked about wanting to encourage people to maintain their properties, particularly those that are historic properties. We talked, in the community, talked about tree designation or tree preservation as well. We've already talked about that issue. But there are other ways to measure success that are important.
Yeah, I mean, the number of new homes that get, or commercial properties that get designated is how we can measure. And that will measure the overall success. Because if we are creating a program that encourages and people participate, then we should see growth.
Yeah.
With an incentivization, with a program with incentives, you'd be able to measure that pretty easily. You'll know just how many people are applying for the incentive to do it, and whether it includes just property within a historic district or other properties that have some significance because they're 100 years old. They certainly should be able to participate in the same kind of benefit, because the purpose is to preserve older structures, whether or not they're within a historic district.
Right. Yeah, you will be able to measure then. Yeah. Other ways to measure success.
Count the properties that were improved.
Yeah.
And CO'd.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, so let's move to the final area, which is strategic development. Is that the right term? Yes, strategic development. Who has not read, who would like to read our final one?
Actually, no. I think it would be Tom Marker. Did you read, sir?
I'm happy I did, but I'm happy to read again.
Okay, because there are 5 categories and 5 elected officials.
I know, we started at 8:30. It feels like 3 days ago.
I'm happy to read again. Yeah. English major. Delray Beach will create a cohesive and vibrant built environment that enhances the quality of life for our community. Thoughtful development through enhancement and preservation emphasizes good design regulations, comprehensive planning with long-term goals, integration of open spaces and parks, environmental sustainability, consistent enforcement, and historical preservation to ensure that every aspect of the community reflects our unique identity and character. Our approach will foster economic development across the community, effectively use technology, promote social interaction of all ages, and improve the balance of development and infrastructure necessary to support a healthy community.
There's a lot in that one. Yeah, there's a lot in there.
English literature major, 1981, St. Lawrence University. I know most of you weren't even born.
Is that an accredited school?
It's born.
No, we love St. Thomas University.
And you'll note that the strategic goals that the community highlighted were enforcing appropriate zoning and a focus on transportation. So back to Commissioner Burns' comment before about transportation, they specifically called it out here. So reactions or comments about this focus area before we dive into the potential initiatives that are important to this commission?
Anyone?
Let's do it.
I just say this is the umbrella under which everything happens. This really is the most critical and important part. And it involves so much more than just the visioning, as Anthea and I were discussing. The visioning is the residents' vision and what they want to see. But there's also operating a very large government. And what do we need within that? And that is critically important as well.
Let's go through the list. I think we've been very good with respect to creating design guidelines. Generally speaking, we've done a very good job in our design guidelines. But the comprehensive planning and long-term goals, that is where I think that we need to start discussing. The first obvious one on the plate is West Atlantic Avenue. I mean, that's everyone's talking about. That's the next stop. We got to do West Atlantic Avenue. So we have long-term goals there that the CRA is kind of involved with getting. Essentially 2-3 city blocks going out with an RFP to try to get them developed. We don't know what it's going to be developed with, but there's desires to have grocery stores, there's desire to have housing, there's desire to have a financial institution, there's desire to have other retail opportunities there. So I mean that is on the plate. It's West Atlantic Avenue.
So what are some of the specific initiatives that the commission is interested in advancing under
I'm
this
interested
topic?
in advancing affordable housing.
Also, mixed use that actually serves the residents. That's the north and south of this corridor. And the mayor already mentioned grocery, medical, banking, all those things. And that we, and I think that, that we have a quality RFP as opposed to a cookie cutter type deal. And that we make sure that, whoever we choose is financially viable so that we're not repeating failed proposals as we have in the past.
So what does that look like in terms of specific action? So affordable housing is a broad topic.
It is.
What does this commission want to address? Or when it comes to mixed use zoning, for example, what are the certain specific actions other than responding to the applications that come before you that you all are interested in advancing or at least seeking consensus on?
I think with regard to affordable housing, pursue areas of opportunity that could deliver that to us. I know that there's a couple entities out there, foundations that are very willing to put money into it. We just got to tell them how.
So partnering with other
Correct.
entities to
create affordable
try
housing.
to fill in the blank for me.
Yeah, private-public partnership, absolutely. And maybe on city land, where we would get it back after 50 years or something.
We have challenges here. We don't have a lot of land. That's part of our challenge. And you want to weigh having, housing and workforce housing, and we already in most of our housing, larger development have incentives that we provide if you are going to be building to have a percentage of those properties, a percent of those units available for sale to be workforce housing units. So we have that. I think the program is, working. It used to be you could buy your way out of it. We don't do that anymore because every developer just bought their way out of it. So you ended up with no workforce housing. So we've gotten rid of that as a possibility. But I think it's whether the city could make available its land, and it fit with the overall program. I mean, most of the city's land, and there was a situation where Mr. Moore was looking at, someone had come in to see him on Southwest 12th or 14th, whatever it was, and it turned out that it's owned by the city, but it can't be used for, it's a retention area or something, whatever. The counties wouldn't let us.
Right, as a retention space and therefore not developable.
Yeah, and it was a wonderful piece of land. Everybody said, "Oh, this would be perfect."
Where's that?
Chose not to be perfect.
I would a little disagree that the program's working. I agree that if you can't buy your way out of it, that's better, but it's at the 80 to 120 AMI, so it doesn't serve the demographic in need in our city. It's too high. We have a very large number of low-paying jobs, and we don't have housing that accommodates people with low-paying jobs. That's our problem. If we were a city that had all, financial institutions and companies, we would be great because we wouldn't need that. But you have to accommodate the needs of your residents, and I would argue that we're not. And once again, I'm just going to throw out there, we do not get impact fees on development, and so we lack that money that comes back to us to give to the police for their costs, to give to the fire for their costs, for the utilities, for the stormwater, for the parks. We do have a small amount of money that comes in impact fees for parks, but we need to do better. We can do better, and we need to do better.
And I, by the way, agree. As part of our comprehensive planning and long-term goals, we need to have impact fees. The city, as I said, we don't have a lot of land.
So if we all are in agreement, Mr. Moore, get it done. How about that today?
Get it done.
And I want a date certain very soon of when that ordinance is going to be in front of us at the commission.
And Thea, have you mapped out what the impact fees would look like? I mean,
we have a study. We did the whole study presentation on the 26th of January.
Okay. Mr. Moore?
So we are in the process of plugging the numbers into the ordinance that will be brought back before the commission, as we previously committed. So we look forward to that very soon.
Now that's a sooner rather than later, because of
course,
as we enter into a budget year, and we're going to be talking about where do we save and where do we, our revenues. It'd be really nice to know that we had some stuff coming in on the impact.
That direction is clear, so the process is underway. So we look forward to finalizing a recommendation very soon.
Developers won't like it, but they will pay.
Of course.
If they want to be here, certainly. Yeah.
Huh?
If they want to be here, yeah.
It's just a cost of doing business. Other communities are doing it and have raised really good money with it, and we should be doing the same. Particularly, too, we do have, lots. We still have lots and some land that's going to be developed, and it'd be nice to be able to collect fees when they get developed.
So you all intend to take some action after staff brings forward to you information about an impact fee ordinance, so that's certainly a priority.
It's beyond just information. The next step is to finalize the recommended ordinance. So the study going back to January that was presented, some initial data analytics was offered to the commission to provide a sense in terms of what this might look like. Thus, the process underway to finalize the draft as we plug in the numbers to get to that place over the next few weeks, and that will be brought before the commission for consideration for adoption. So that's it.
Great.
Next month?
Possibly.
Could you email me a date certain this week?
No, I will share with everybody a date certain once we get some of the details squared away. Let me talk about that as best as I can. So, members of the team involved in this compilation process are finalizing some detailed analysis over the next couple of weeks. So we have a follow-up meeting, I believe, scheduled for 2 weeks from today. So that will enable us to get before the commission June, possibly July, is what the anticipated forecast may be.
Let's shoot for.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, on some of the stuff, some of the impact fees, they can't be profit centers. I mean, they just they have to be for the reimbursement of the pipe
Correct.
connection of this.
But it's not reimbursement. It's it assumes what their costs are to the taxpayers. So it's fine how it's structured, because if it's a police fee, then it goes towards the police department, and whatever we save from the general fund, it's the savings to everybody.
I think everybody agrees. I think if projects that are going to be using service, they should be paid, up front, being put money towards the services that are going
Right,
to be
but
used.
if we all agree, then it's just, I don't want to belabor the point, but it should have been done a long time ago if we're all in agreement. So we can move on. I'll move on. Thank you.
So that's going to come before you, and that's an important opportunity for you all to weigh those decisions about impact fees. It's helpful, I think, for staff to hear that's an important priority of this commission. So they want to work. You all want them to work quickly to bring that back to you. Yeah, there's some noise coming from.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm hearing something. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if there's
somebody in
yeah.
outside.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, other priorities.
I'm sorry.
No, I think they'll close the door if there's some somebody working out there.
Somebody.
Other priorities in this area of strategic development.
I mean, this is very basic, but that the projects that actually get built and serve the community. Like we do this.
Right. But I would say it's interesting that one of the feedback, bless you, is enforce appropriate zoning. And how I interpret that statement from our residents who participated in the visioning is that they want us to try and keep the development within how we already feel it should be, and how we've planned out the city for the future to retain the charm and the quality of life. And that statement is probably the most important, suggestive of what people want.
I would say, as someone who's been on the other side, so to speak, we have a code that has built into it abilities for people, whatever the project is, to either get a waiver of some kind or a variance of some kind, because the code is not a one-size-fits-all. We really have to analyze neighborhood by neighborhood what is appropriate, and which is why we have, and it's been successfully managed so far, because because something is allowed by code, as we did the other day, something was allowed by code, by right, for a certain use. We decided that the additional use was not appropriate, but they went through the process of asking for the waiver.
Yeah, I don't think it's suggesting that we shouldn't allow for waivers or variances. It's just suggestive of how they want to view the entire city.
Right, but I'm saying that the city itself, God love us, is a hodgepodge, because you have, when you take, for example, in some of the older neighborhoods, they say, well, you have to be a minimum of 60 foot. Well, all of these lots are 50 feet or just shy of 50 feet. Now, we were able to change that rule recently because there was a lot of the pegs in the ground have moved. So, when they're 49 feet and 11 inches, we're going to let that be considered 50 feet.
Right.
So staff is now does that. But if you look at what it says we're allowed to do, we have so many immediately non-conforming things based on if you're on the beach, or whether you're in the Northwest South, whether you're in Osceola Park, whether you're even on North Federal Highway at like North Lake and South Lake Boulevard. All those lots, without the commission allowing them, you'd have nothing built on them.
That's right.
It's not about not building, I think, but I do think that what I take away from this is that we should have plans for each neighborhood, update our neighborhood plan. Anthea and we've talked about that. And what it means from us is money in the budget so that she can hire outside people to do that. But in other words, it shouldn't matter who's sitting here when we know what the residents want, because we all have the same guide. And that's that's what should be important. And if we have those plans out to the future to tell us how the city can develop out to the future, then whoever's sitting here should have those as a reference.
We should have updated neighborhood plans.
Right, but we say that,
know
but then they're from 1996, and I keep asking. So once again,
some of them
I
are a little
say,
more current than that.
well,
but,
yeah, I mean, Congress Avenue is more current, but there's a lot of areas that we need to look at, and I think we should make that one of our priorities when we're looking at strategic development.
Is that something that you all would like to see come back as part of a budget item?
Yes.
I think we need to examine, look, as a long-range goal of the city, we really should, because we are so built out, because one size does not fit all, we really do need to have neighborhood plans that fit the neighborhoods as opposed to not fitting the neighborhood.
Right, and the reason why we are not so up to date on some of these plans is because we have not put the money into that portion of the budget. So I think we just have to make that determination that that is important, not just to us, but to the residents and to the future of our city, and get it done.
And can we get a list of the plans that you were referring to?
Yes, so Anthea presented them to us at one point, but we could probably email the list and the date that it was last updated. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would love to have that workshop before budget season.
Using that W?
I know, but I am using it because some of these things I feel are very important. I would love to have that workshop and then determine in that workshop that we're designating money to particular areas and get it done.
We're designating money for updating?
Well, no, we have the workshop, then we know which areas need to be updated, then we can determine if we're designating money and having them updated. But we can't do it unless we sit down and have the discussion.
But it's updating the plans.
Correct.
Ultimately, be but money to update the
Yes.
plans.
Right.
Thank you.
And we should probably try to consider doing it before there's nothing really to update. Just throw that out there.
Right.
Well,
like North
looking at
Federal.
it will let us know whether it needs updating or not. So I'm all for that.
Thank you, Mr.
Any concerns
Margaret?
about that if we put that on as a priority item?
No, I think you got a consensus. Ms. Burns said yes, Mr. Margaret said yes, and I'm asking for it. So.
To update the plans, yeah. I think we
Thank you.
fair. We should do that.
Any other priorities in strategic development that are important to this commission?
While we're on the subject of one size fits all, we have a ton of land development regulations, which I think Anthea would agree as it relates to her department, and Sam would agree as it relates to his department, and utilities would agree, and code would agree, that are way antiquated. We're running into them all the time. So what's the solution? I mean, which would take a while.
Oh.
Because we spoke.
Could you grab the mic? Do you mind? I'm sorry.
You're going to have a big staff, Anthea.
Okay, so I was actually trying to find the comp plan map of the neighborhood plans to email all of you. So I think we were going to tackle the next sort of big issue. I'm working on a contract. This is a comp plan policy to try to get the uses, the terminology, the uses consistent across all of the districts, and then move it into a table format so it's a little user friendly. And I suspect when we do that, we're going to find out we don't need as many zoning districts as we have, and some of those things too. So I think it's a question of whether there's a large sum that we just say we're going to just rewrite the whole LDR at once, or whether we prioritize, we just tackle the uses, which is a big issue, and then from that figure out if it's a larger effort, or
because we seem to be running into issues where the use is not really specifically defined, and we try to take the use and bury it underneath, like the grab. Let me just use grab and go, for example.
Yeah.
We've taken that use and we dropped it under another definition, saying, well, it could be part of it, but then all the rest of the rules as it relates to that other thing come into play. So these are things we have to look at.
We don't, right, to your point, we don't really make any distinction among the different restaurant types, right?
You can be a
Like
grab and go.
McDonald's is really different than like an Elizabeth.
So we discuss parking as it relates because of what you say it's going to be, but then he says, well, but I'm classified as a restaurant.
Right, and so the mayor, because he's the land use attorney, knows, he's in a minutia part of it, but it's a good point, right? Because if you don't have seating, you're a deli, you're a restaurant, but you're not really, so we let you park like you're a store. It is relatively convoluted.
And if you have 2 tables in your little establishment, they say, well, you need parking for it, but they're a walk-up place. I mean, there's a lot of different
So we
old
are fixing
kind of
things like
that,
piece by piece by piece, and I guess the question is there a benefit to just rewriting the whole code, which would be a larger RFP, RFQ effort? And this isn't on your list, but then there's the mobility plan and fee as well. So then I think the biggest issue out of goal setting every year is prioritizing what is the most important things for us to, because it's 1 year we're talking about. What do we work on for 1 year? What's the most important thing?
Well, Commissioner Burns touched on mobility earlier when she mentioned it. So, I mean,
while I agree the LDRs can always be streamlined and more clear, I mean, I think that the mobility plan and fee, which will come with impact fees related to that, I think that might be more critical, especially while the counties and their process for the countywide transportation plan.
Right.
Because I personally, in my opinion, we should not be sending any impact fees within the TCEA to the county. The whole point is that we're not widening those roads, so why would we be sending them impact fees? The city needs that for sidewalks, parking.
Right.
I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These things are like anything else we work on, though. The world changes around our regulations, and we just got to keep up with them. What we tend to do is fix them as we go along, and eventually we're in a position where there's too many Band-Aids. We have to consider whether we need to rewrite the whole thing. And also remember, once you rewrite it, you're going to have some growing pains still because you're going to be reinterpreting the things you put on paper. So, but we do recognize we have a number of LDRs and codes that we need to get into.
Thank you. Is there initiative around the mobility plan?
I remember at the visioning, they talked about making West Atlantic more pedestrian friendly, specifically Swinton and Atlantic. When that light changes, you better move, right? So we need to make it a little more pedestrian friendly.
DOT's working on that.
Well, that is
DOT's on that.
Yeah.
That whole interchange is going to be part of
See,
it.
Barletto's on that. So I feel confident.
Anything else on transportation? Back to kind of calling back to what you said, Commissioner Burns, earlier today about transportation.
Just looking at a variety of mobility sources, and looking at what we have, analyzing what we have to see if we actually have what's best for the community, and then possibly considering a second one.
I'm sorry, considering
a second one. For instance, there are many that have talked about the trolley that we used to have. I don't know, everything comes with a cost, so I don't know about, if that will fit in the budget. But to actually look at it to see if we are doing the best thing for the community in terms of this different modes of transportation that we're providing.
We used to have a trolley service from the Tri-Rail station. This would take you all the way down to the beach.
I'm looking at some electric models. I'm meeting with somebody, and obviously I'll bring it back to everybody if it looks interesting, and then Henry can pay for it.
So is that is looking at some of those modes part of the mobility plan that I heard you all have referenced, or is that something different?
Yes, the transportation issue is definitely a small piece of the mobility plan, which Anthony and I are going to bring forward in the CIP process this coming budget. But also, we have been working with our current provider, Freebie, and looking at changing from the little cars that they use now to move up to their favorite and preferred, and what they're offering is new electric Volkswagen buses. They don't call them that; they call them IQ Buzz. So for the longest, I thought he was just mispronouncing it because in my day they were buses. But looking at that, one of the things that we have wanted to know is if Commission has any appetite for expanding the service. When the service got transferred over to the city from the CRA, the service boundary was the CRA boundary. And in past budget years, you have not been interested in expanding that service boundary. But if you are interested in it, we can bring some of those options forward. A second one of the programs that we have talked about is to be able to provide more low-cost parking for people who are going to the beach by opening up City Hall parking lot and some of the parking lots downtown to free lots downtown on just the weekends for people to park, and having a dedicated ridership from that City Hall parking lot to the beach for a very low fee, like $2 a trip or something like that, which definitely lowers the cost of attending our beach. But if you're interested in those kind of programs, we can bring that forward to you.
If I may, I would definitely be interested in expanding the area. I think when the taxpayers are paying for it, it should be the whole area. We shouldn't have every taxpayer paying for the transportation and only have it in select areas. With respect to the shuttle to the beach, listen, this isn't probably not going to sound fabulous, but I'm saying it. Our beaches are packed with people that are coming, and all we will do is endure more people on the beach, but not necessarily, like if you made it for local residents, then I would say great, but you can't exclude who can use it and who can park in public parking. So I don't know that it will be something, you're talking taxpayers paying for something that's probably going to be used not by taxpayers. And I know there'd be a, whatever $2 fee and whatnot, but
that would offset the cost.
Understood, but I just think there's a tremendous cost to maintaining our beach that will then be people are parking now at metered parking and going to the beach.
Yes.
And if you can't restrict it to residents that would benefit from that, then I would say, I don't know about that.
The truth is they can do that now. They can park at City Hall and get an Uber, right?
They can park at City Hall and get an Uber or call Freebie, and Freebie will pick them up at the parking lot there and carry them down. But this would be a dedicated shuttle that just goes back and forth. If there's no appetite for it, we will not bring it forward.
I am for extending it as well.
That's a different thing.
Just the service area.
We're talking about extending the service area, which we're for, but I don't think a dedicated beach shuttle.
Okay.
I don't have that appetite.
It will come at a cost.
I think the point was, though, when it was the CRA paying for it and it was their district, it would seem to follow that once it became a city obligation, the district should be the city. I know it will come at a cost, but it's a fair point that little old lady I keep talking about in Lake Ida,
right.
If she's paying for something, she ought to be able to use it.
We did have that discussion with commissions before, and there was no appetite for adding to the budget in order to be able to expand the service.
Let's see what it costs.
I also think at that time it was like we were choosing Teslas over the transportation, which was the carts. I do think at some point we probably need to look at it again, Missy, and look at it for the whole city.
We will still be looking at changing from the carts to an electric vehicle.
Right.
Because the carts can't meet the speed limit requirements to
go right, and
on the major
issue.
Roadways.
Exactly. I think Ms. Simon is looking.
I just also wanted we also hear and have been hearing about when are we bringing the trolley back? When is, because it is also was a connector from Tri-Rail. And since we don't have a Brightline stop here, we do have a Tri-Rail stop here. And that is essential for employees, visitors, people that are living here, working other locations. So if you're living downtown but you work in Fort Lauderdale, getting a trolley to Tri-Rail to head to Fort Lauderdale, that's lessening more cars on the road, right? So I think it's important to look at that, and also just listening to the residents that come from out west to downtown. They've also said is if there's a transportation service that can bring them downtown, then they would come here more often, making it more manageable. And so if there's again, the trolley right now was only going to Tri-Rail, but is it a way to expand it even to include more of our community with expanding the freebie service to reach a broader audience? Definitely supportive of that, and I think it would be really important to look at it. That hits the economic development part of it too. So if you're looking for people that are bringing workforce here, looking at that those other services for that. Thank you.
I agree, and I support that.
So can I just want to make sure that we've captured what you're interested in and what you're not interested in. So under strategic development, we've talked about impact fees. We've talked about updating neighborhood plans. Maybe it's not update quite yet, but you're going to review that information and make a determination about which plans you're going to update. And then help me summarize what the consensus is around the mobility plan and transportation and some of those options that this commission's interested in.
I would like to see the cost of what, if we want to expand the downtowner, the freebie service.
Yep.
And I'd certainly like to see the cost if we want to reestablish the jitney that used to go, the trolley that used to go up and down. And by the way, I think on some of the stuff, the Tri-Rail, if it's going back, that may even qualify for a small fee if we're using. I mean, I think people would pay a small amount of money to be able to park their car in Fort Lauderdale and be able to take a thing and be able to head downtown. So I think that is a, and we can analyze what the cost would be, but I mean there are small amounts that people will pay, and especially if you're now dealing with electric vehicles, that will, it's going to save a lot of fuel costs.
So I hear interest in expanding freebie beyond the CRA boundaries, correct? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, or looking at another method. Same thing. We're trying to go west
and
with
then,
the ride.
So expanding the boundaries.
I think we want to see the cost. We can't say we're
correct.
ready to do that
yes.
until
Yeah. So you're interested in learning about the cost of expanding freebie. You're interested in learning the cost of reinstituting the trolley or something similar to it, but there's questions about what that might look like in terms of cost to you all, to the city, but also cost to users too. Is that a fair summary?
Sounds good.
Sort of, except you're talking about the same thing. If you're going to do the freebie, then you don't need the trolley, right?
No, that's a separate. The trolley is an established.
I'm hearing different answers. I see nodding and a no. So
if you're going to expand the service citywide, they're going to have to go to larger vehicles that are regular cars that are electric that will go on the roadway, and so that diminishes the amount of what you would need for a trolley system. One of the drawbacks for the trolley was air quality, not just the accessibility and the economic development part. The electric trolleys are very, very expensive, and they don't hold a long-term charge. So we had to have twice as many vehicles to stay on the road because a couple of them are always sitting on a charger somewhere.
How long do they run?
It was only a couple of hours in the constant.
Not long.
And I will give a caveat that when we looked at that was a few years back, and there have been a lot of innovations in the amount of time that an electric vehicle can run and the distance it can go since then. So we would have to do some research on what's available out there now. I do agree that the trolleys are quaint and adorable, and they do really enhance our downtown experience, but it does come at a significant cost.
So what I'm hearing rather is you are interested in staff bringing back some costs and some options for you to evaluate.
Yeah, and the trolley may be impractical, but I don't know that the freebie will be impractical. So,
anything else on strategic development? Yeah.
I'm hesitant to bring this up at the 11th hour and 59th minute. We haven't talked about AI. And I was in Washington all last week with the Bureau doing my other job. And we spent 3 days talking about AI and what the government is looking at. Some of it's classified. I can't talk about it. But businesses all over the world are looking at AI right now because it's here. When the mayor and I were kids, it was called machine learning. It's not new. It's been around a long time, but it's come to a level now where it is going to impact our lives in a good way or a bad way. The Bureau is spending most of their time looking at the bad way right now, but Chief, you'll be interested. One of the positive things the Bureau is doing with AI now is they get tens and thousands of complaints and tips and leads every week. And in the past, the only method to sort through them was human beings. And they couldn't get to all the tips and the leads and complaints. But now they're putting them into an AI model up here, and it's filtering out those tips and complaints. You know, are they focused on the 16 areas the Bureau is concerned about? Is it Julie Cassell, who calls 7 times a week with the same complaint, kind of wasting
that sounds
our
like
time?
Julie. That sounds like Commissioner Cassell. Yep.
But it's now working for the Bureau where they're getting the really important ones in the hands of the agents now that they didn't have time to do. And so AI is becoming sort of important in my world, and companies right now are really looking at it, figuring out how can we adopt what's coming. Admittedly, it's not perfect yet, but it's at a new level now, and I think we would be remiss as a city if we weren't really looking at where AI can help us along the way. And I know there's a lot of skepticism about it, but I can tell you, like I said, having been in Washington all last week, the government's looking at it, businesses are looking at it, and I think we're going to be remiss if we don't figure out how it can help us run a better city.
So I was wrong. Technology did come up today.
There you are. He wrote it down when you said it. He said, I'm going to prove it.
We already talked about it this week, so we already talked about it.
Well, there are a couple of things I did want to talk about because earlier the discussions was about how can we better walk people through processes that we have here at the city. And, we put out information and documentation, and it's a lot. And maybe most of the document doesn't apply to that person. But AI is great at reading through documentation and getting just to the point that is of interest to you. And we have already rolled out an AI chatbot on the city's website. Gina and I worked on it. We're still teaching it. Like you said, it's not perfect. We're still teaching that AI, but you don't have to go to the website anymore and search for a keyword, and then that takes you to a page.
Gets in.
Yeah, and I was talking to some other people here in the room about how AI has gotten really smart at creating phishing emails, and so it looks so legitimate. It takes information that it got from the news, takes information it got from a commission meeting that it can actually listen to an old video and pull up that information and send an email as if it's perfect. You can't look for the usual clues that shows it's someone overseas, or there's an English phrase that doesn't sound American. AI has nailed it, so it sounds just like somebody living locally here in the community. But we're using AI on our side as well to screen through these things. So, there's a double-edged sword. They're coming at us, but we're coming back at them with the same kind of technology.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I hate to bring that up late, but I do think that's something we got to be mindful of.
Yeah, I definitely think AI is in this category.
So is there something specific that the commission wants to add as a priority initiative here, or do you feel like this is something that staff is already in the midst of exploring?
I think staff has it covered.
Sounds like the staff is already exploring.
I personally would love an update on it. I don't know whether I do it when I meet with Mr. Moore, or we could do it privately, or if we could do it as a group. I just love to see, quarterly or something, the strides that we're making, the bumps that we're hitting. Certainly I have other information that I have access to that might be helpful to us as well. But if I just would like to be just up to a quarterly update, just a 2-minute update, Mr. Moore.
We'll do that. And Mr. Stacy and I are spending a fair amount of time in this endeavor, so I'm glad we're able to talk about it. So thank you, Mr. Marker, for raising the observation, because it is a big part of our focus, and therefore a periodic presentation to the Commission wouldn't be out of the ordinary.
That'd be great.
Anything else on strategic development?
I would just say I don't think that should be a public presentation. I feel like you could do that privately with us. Thank you.
Not public.
I would not
Let's
want to do
not
that
advertise
publicly.
how we're defending ourselves.
You're right.
No, not to compromise any defense. No, of course not. No, did not mean that. So we're in alignment.
And how about in terms of measurement in this area? What does success look like in strategic development? Are there particular metrics or measures that you think are important in this area?
Skynet doesn't take over.
Skynet.
Yeah, but we like his cars. I mean, just generally in strategic development area? No, look, I mean, we're going to be able to measure it because they're going to come back with the cost we want to expand the service, the freebie service. We're going to be able to see what the plan is coming back with. When are we going to get to the neighborhood services, updates, neighborhood plan updates. So, I mean, and as for impact fees, we're going to hopefully be seeing that sooner rather than later. Although I have a question for Lynn Jellin.
Uh-oh. There goes the partner.
That's one of my legal questions. And it's based on something that Anthea said. She said, a lot of times we're paying impact fees to the county related to road widenings and things which never occur. Why can't we challenge that?
Actually, Palm Beach Gardens did, and that's why there's a new statutory regime, I guess, is, where if we have our own mobility plan, then we can enter into an agreement with the county and decide who gets what fees. We can't do that right now because we don't have the plan.
Well, I think that should be one of our priorities, is to get the plan, because if we really want to take advantage of this, because we're already built out, we're not going to be widening a lot of roads. I mean, if anything, we're going to be narrowing roads.
Right.
So we should, and especially with Congress Avenue, where there is going to be some great chances for development, we ought to be able to grab those fees. So if there's consensus here, I think we need to get that plan.
This is Anthea's been talking about this. That's why I know what you're talking about for years. And Missy's been behind her with it. And unfortunately, we just haven't had the appropriate momentum to get this done. But if that's what the direction is, we're happy to do it.
Look, I mean, even if it's only a partial plan, but if we adopted it and it includes the provisions that would allow us to get back some of this impact money, that's really part and parcel of us trying to develop the impact fees.
Yeah, we need
So
a
I mean,
full study.
it doesn't have to be a complete. It can be, we can build on the plan as we go along, but we adopt a plan that would allow us to accept these monies.
So did I hear the mobility plan is in the works?
You did. That's what I was trying to say.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's get something
We
done.
have the elements. Some of the elements that are already done are the curbside and parking master plan, the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, some of those things that we'll build into it when we get the roadway reconstruction plan done.
So the roadway reconstruction plan is a portion of the plan that would allow us to take.
The Vision Zero plan.
We tried to do it, honestly, years ago, and COVID changed the budgets, and so we just started breaking it down into pieces until we could all recover from that. But we do have to have an analysis to do the fee. The county is not doing a countywide master plan, transportation plan, out of the goodness and cooperation of their hearts, although I'm sure they appreciate that part. They're doing it because the same legislation is requiring that they prove why they're assessing the fees they're assessing. So we're all in that sort of arena together, so we need to do ours so it folds in.
we have agreement up here?
We are doing it. They're doing it.
Yeah.
I know
Good.
it's not done, but they.
Okay,
I think
it's
when we do
in the
our
works.
plans,
Yeah.
let's just, you're going to bring the list of neighborhood plans, throw that on the top, and we'll figure out how much more is left to do of the plan and how much money we need to allocate, because I think that
Yeah,
would
but
be
let's
a
get
priority.
let's get teed up the thing for us to get
We're
money.
teeing it up right now. That's what we're doing.
We're going to add mobility plans to under the umbrella of plans in general, neighborhood plans and mobility plan. So what I want to do now, because I know we have a hard stop, is we have one more thing to accomplish. I'm going to ask Beverly, she's going to put up the slides that summarize the initiatives that the commission has talked about today that you have general consensus on, to make sure that those are accurate and that you do in fact have consensus around those. And then I want to ask the commission, what else? Is there something that didn't fall under the umbrella of one of those focus areas that is important? And this is not an opportunity, I will say, it's not an opportunity for a laundry list, because I'll go back to some of your comments at the beginning about needing to prioritize. So you all have said that these things that are up on the screen in those 5 areas are important. So remember, if you add more, that's going to be part, perhaps, of some of your budget decisions, and you're going to have to prioritize. And you're going to have to make sure that there's consensus among the commission to do these things and anything else that you ask for. So I'll give you all a couple minutes to screen through these, and then we'll go around and I'll ask the commission if there are things that we didn't talk about that you want to share with your commission colleagues to add to this list.
So you're sending them to us, or we walk up?
No, you're going to read it up on the screen.
Yeah, right.
You can walk up to it.
Yeah, you're welcome to walk up too. We've got 2 slides, 2 or 3.
Just for the record,
I can read it. You can't read it.
The jitney service we had when I grew up was a horse and buggy.
That's distance.
That would be fun to bring back.
I think we should.
That would be.
They do them in New York. You know, they got the horse and buggy coming from the thing.
Oh my goodness! Don't say
It helps the
pedicab.
Parks and Rec. We take them through the park. They help fertilize the parks.
You don't need to
They
plug
are
them in.
horrible.
That's
They're horrible. And those horses in this hot weather, it's not. It wouldn't be good.
I know.
Once I get a thumbs up from everyone, I'll go to the next
I
slide.
apologize. You have a thumbs up.
You're good.
He's only kidding.
Just to say vocational training and educational opportunities, we're also going to look for potentially a place for a charter school, but that will fall under that category, so I'm good.
No, we're not having the pedicabs. Young people, they don't want their safe space.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. They're bad for the roadways. See?
They're bad for the what?
Roadways.
So now we're going to go on public parks, and we're going to help fertilize the public parks with the horse and buggies.
Oh, that's great. Your croquet will be really nice
Well,
with
it'll be the greenest
horse
lawn. It'll
poop
be
on
the
it.
greenest lawn in town.
We're still talking about this?
Could disrupt the flow of
Somebody's
the
mic
ball.
is on.
But, you know,
You have to putt around the steaming turd.
and we could have the, dogs could walk. I mean, we could have the whole thing.
Thank you.
Oh, when you're kidding.
It's always hard to tell when he's
It's
kidding.
really hard to tell
What?
when you're kidding.
You're a great straight man.
I'm not.
That sounded
Well,
really
except on Thursdays when I dress and I go to that place. But other than that,
I wasn't going there.
There's Mike's on.
What's upstairs? What's that noise?
The cars. That's parking lot.
Is that what that is? That's a
I know,
car
I was
noise?
thinking
yeah, that's the garage. Yeah,
When they hit the
that was one of the first things we had when we were in the arts garage. When people would be coming, you could hear all the cars.
I did not.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's the garage.
That's right. I didn't even think of
The
that.
slide is fine. You can change it. Thank you.
No, it's the cars.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
Anybody want a water?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. I think this slide is okay if you want.
Yeah. I think we did a pretty good
Okay.
job getting them.
We went from like full sides to
Okay, so we're going to go back to the prior one, economic development and education. Any concerns about those? Do we still have thumbs up that these are the right initiatives in these 2 focus areas that the commission wants to see advanced over the next 12 to 24 months?
concerns?
All right, then we'll move to the next one. And the final 3 focus areas are on this slide: environment, historic preservation, and strategic development. Agreement on these? Anything missing?
I think in the historic preservation, we need to add the section that Ms. Simon talked about, which is just not just incentivizing current homes, but within the districts, but looking outside and educating. And I liked what she talked about how many commercial properties there are in the city that people don't realize are historic. How do we, educate and try and have people, want to explore? I guess it falls under that category. But
is this under the streamlining the process or exploring historic preservation incentives?
That doesn't say just within historic districts, so I mean
right.
That's fine. I think it's implied that it includes what you.
But we're talking about also looking outside at individual homes or buildings and,
yeah, okay. Well, it doesn't matter. You can add.
Right, it doesn't. I think it's okay.
Anything else in these 3 focus areas? Commissioner Malinka, did you want to add AI to this list?
Well, I think even though staff is already working on the mobility plan and pursuing AI, I feel like it should just be on the list to publicly let the public know that we are in fact working on it. And then also, when we set up whatever our time frame is to measure this, how often do we review it to see how we've come, then those things are on there.
Absolutely. I think that'll be part of whatever reporting happens. What we're focused on now is the action. So these are all actions that the commission or the staff can take. So is there a specific action that you would want the commission or staff to take around AI, for example?
What they are doing. Yeah. What they are, in fact, doing. Yeah.
So is there consensus among the commission that you want to add to strategic development, continue to pursue use of AI in city services?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. With periodic updates to members of the commission, so briefings on what they're doing so that we can answer questions intelligently.
My assumption is all of these things you would get regular updates on because they're part of your priorities.
I think we agreed we were going to get an update on mobility as well, and some of the plans, so I think that should probably be up there.
Let's see, and I would say, Beverly, continue to pursue AI opportunities for city services.
And approval of a mobility plan.
Yes, that's the right word.
But I would add that to the bullet ahead of it.
That's fine.
Correct. It's AI and mobility plan are not necessarily related.
No, they're separate.
You want to get information. It's not necessarily just update the neighborhood plans. First, you all are going to get information about the neighborhood plans. You all said you wanted to know how old each of the plans were. You're going to get a map that shows which plans you have and the age of them, and then you're going to prioritize which ones should be updated. And then you are going to have to allocate funding in order to get those plans updated.
Exactly.
And the mobility plan is in the works. And when you get information about those neighborhood plans, you will also get an update on the mobility plan. Okay.
That's good.
And it's just one mobility plan, Beverly. Multiple neighborhood plans, but one mobility plan.
Correct.
Now, are there things that you all haven't talked about that we haven't seen on these slides
that are important priority initiatives that didn't fall under the umbrella of those 5 focus areas that any of the commission wants to seek consensus from your colleagues to add it to our list. And by our, I mean your.
Would you like to go first, Commissioner Malika? Would you like to go first?
I'm not sure this belongs on our whole annual plan, but one of the things that I've noticed that's bothered me is more of a procedure thing. And that is that I'm seeing people get code violations for something that they have an application for a permit to cure that code violation, but then they get repeat code violations. That's just a question. It's like, why would that happen? Jerry, I don't know if you can tell me or...
Sure. Jerry Pryor, Neighborhood and Community Services. So not talking specifically about any specific case, I can tell you historically when there's a code violation is because somebody did not apply for a permit. They did, construction work, they did, put an addition on the back of their house, whatever the case is, they did not get that code or the building permit. We then go and issue a notice of violation as how can we voluntarily comply this? There's different mechanisms, but in code enforcement, our process is we notice the property owner. And it's the property owner, not the tenant, not the people who live there, it's the parcel owner. Sometimes they're here, sometimes they're in another country. So we go through that legal process. Our notice lets them know you have an addition with no permits, you need to go get a permit. You need to go to development services. You need to go and talk to the folks that's going to help you get that permit if it's after the fact or you remove the structure, right? And in doing that process, there's a timeline because code enforcement always gives a timeline. If within that timeline they don't comply within the 30 days, 60 days, then they come into the special magistrate process. In that special magistrate process, they can ask for additional time as long as they are showing that they are doing something to comply that building with no permit. So it's not a very complicated process. People just don't know about the process. So in the code enforcement perspective, there's codes, they're on our books, we're enforcing them. And then we work with the property owner, always try to get that voluntary compliance. But when we don't, then that's when they come into magistrate.
So my question actually is sort of the opposite, and that is that they already have a permit in, or an application for a permit in, but they get a code violation. That was my.
Well, an application is different from receiving and obtaining, right? So if they have an application in the process, that's development services, and they're working through whatever issues. You spoke about that earlier, about comments on their applications, comments on their plans. They need an engineer's letter. They need a carpenter's letter, or whoever. So in that process, they're working with development services. So if the order is that you have to obtain a permit, applying for a permit is different. And so if they have the application in, they haven't obtained it. So there's significant difference. Yeah. And they get through development services through that process to do that.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Burns? Was that it? I'm not really chairing this, but...
Yeah, I don't think I have anything that I need consensus on that I haven't already gotten. I have a couple of projects that I'm working on, the small business support, or support with initiatives and workforce within the city, and that's under the economic development. We already have a workshop scheduled for the entertainment district for west of Swinton, so I think I'm good. I think we have a lot of irons in the fire already, and I'll need to put another one in there until we get this settled out. So I'm good. Thank you.
I do want to add before you move on, we did realize we left one off the list in transferring, and that was as Missy's walking in, it was about the transportation downtown and bringing some options back to you all. So we added that back to the list just to make sure you didn't think we forgot it, or if I know some of you were taking pictures of it and you're like, where did that one come from? When we would get our report together, we added it back on that list.
I was counting on the ride home, so thanks.
Yeah. I'm good. I thought this exercise was good today. I think we've created just the right size list. It's not too much, it's not too little, but I think we got all the big things. Everything that was on my list coming in anyways is on there now, so thank you.
Commissioner Cassell?
Thanks. No, I would say the same. I mean, we threw our initiatives into these various subjects, neighborhood plans, something I've been wanting to do for a very long time. I'm excited about that. Impact fees, I've been pushing that for a long time, and I'm excited about that. And I think as we come up with other ideas, we bring them forth, and hope that this staff isn't, so bothered by how much we lump on them without really giving them the proper finances to do the job. But we appreciate all of you staff, how hard you work for us, and especially under, sometimes without the budget that you truly need to accomplish everything we want. And I think this was a great goal setting today. I was a little unsure of how we were going to do this since we just did the visioning, but I also agree with Anthea. We still do have a lot of big things in the city that we need to discuss, and I think that's not for today, but what we did today was a lot, and I appreciate that. Thank you all.
I think this was a great follow-up to the visioning process. It was called Visions 2035. So there's a lot of stuff on this list that we want our city to look like in 2035. I'd like to do a lot of it sooner rather than later. I don't want to wait till 2034. But I think we laid the groundwork for a lot of good, positive things that the city can strive to. We had some lofty goals, and we're going to have, there's going to be a lot of debate getting to getting them all to conclusion. But I think we're on the right path. I really like, again, I pushed for the visioning. The goal setting is because we have a new commissioner here. It's an opportunity to say what we think we want to do. I'm very happy with the way we came up with the ideas and the conclusions that we want to start focusing on, because the proof will be in the pudding. Because it is, we need to have everyone be accountable, because we've given some direction here. So we want to make sure that, and when we take the minutes of this meeting, we create the checklist so we can start looking up to make sure all the things that we want to get accomplished are actually being accomplished. So I really appreciate your efforts. And
Commissioner Malika, did you have anything else to add? You reserve the right to come back, so I wanted to make sure.
Thank you. The only thing I wanted to say is I think we all received an email of somebody that gave an example of a website in Texas where all the common goal-setting goals were put on the public website with periodic updates for the public. I think that was kind of cool.
The city of Dallas, yes. It was a good. Mm-hmm. But that'll be up to us to make sure that we put it into our website and create the things for the people can.
I'll forward that letter to Gina just so she knows what I'm talking about.
And let me ask. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Burns.
I've seen it.
This is a follow-up to Commissioner Malika's question about the code, because I've also received some inquiries and some concerns that were taken care of, thankfully. But I wanted to get clarification on, since the goal is compliance, voluntary compliance, what is the difference between I'm hearing that you're issuing violations as opposed to the courtesy notice. So when do you issue courtesy notices as opposed to issuing a violation? Because I'm hearing a lot that the violations are issued initially, and there's no courtesy notice.
All right, so let me try and help clarify. Courtesy notices are for those violations that are not public health and safety and need immediate attention. So if it is a public health and safety, i.e. a fire or an unsafe structure, or there's something blocking ADA, things of those natures, we're going to give a notice of violation, because that courtesy warning It's just a courtesy. It's like, hey, can you mow your grass? Hey, can you move that sign? Can you move your car? Things like that. If it's an unsafe structure, that's an immediate public health and safety. So there's a difference. So it's going to immediately go to a violation notice with a time frame to help get that compliance. And the same with the courtesy notice. A courtesy notice is 5 days. And then if it's not complied after the 5 days, then it goes to a notice of violation.
All right, thank you. Any other input from any of the members of the commission? All good.
I turn it over to Mr. Moore just to see if there are any final questions that you have, given the direction that the commission has provided today.
No final questions, ladies and gentlemen. However, an integral part of our executive leadership team meeting this coming Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock a.m., is to have a debrief so that we can prepare and align upcoming City Commission meeting engagements, workshops, and other deliberations to begin the process of connecting the dots. So more to come as we work with the City Commission individually as well as a organized body to help us align priorities and objectives accordingly. So look forward to that discussion, and that will be a continuous process moving forward. Thank you.
Mayor, any final comments before we close?
I want to thank really everyone for taking the time, and I want to thank all the input that everyone gave. I think we got a lot of good information. You know, it's important for we sitting up here to understand what the other commissioners think is important. Often we're just presented agenda items, and because we can't talk to each other, so we really don't know what everybody's thinking or what they would like to do. So I find these very valuable tools, and I really appreciate everybody's input. I would have liked the police truck with the ice cream, but other than that, that's it.
Thank you all very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle. And I would have had an ice cream. It was hot enough. Did you have one the other day? Did you have the ice cream the other day?
No, you know what I did?
I did not.
I ate